flesh on my tongue, iron in my lungs, blood on the snow, name on their shields, night in my veins, storm in my ears, wolves. I can hear it in your roar, every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. Frost on the oars, breathe like white smoke. Eyes on the shore, fire in the dark. Oath on my tongue, salt on my cloak. If this is the end, let it leave a mark. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. If I do not see the morning, carry my name in your mouth. Raise up the horn, pour the glory, let my children hear the shout. Hey! You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Hey! Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If we fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla.
All right, here we go. Oh, my camera is backwards. Hold on a second. We'll look again here. What happened? StreamYard, what'd you do? Let's see if I can switch this. Swap me. There we go. The heck was that? That was weird. What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? Don't know why StreamYard had my camera mirrored. That was odd. Anyway, welcome back. We got a yeah, I know. Quit fucking up. It's always something on this channel, isn't it? With technical difficulties. All right, I got some crazy news for you regarding the 82nd Airborne, and it's a lot more urgent than you think. Anybody thinks from the news that I've just gotten out of Fort Bragg. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. Looks highly likely that the 82nd Airborne and some type of boots on the ground is going to be launched in the next probably day or two, just based off of the massive drum up and everything that's happening right now. Hopefully not. Maybe it's all some giant bluff. I don't know, but we're going to talk about it. Yeah, it's not looking good. Anyway, we're gonna go through that tonight. We got a good show planned. We're gonna talk about everything going on with the conflict. We're gonna talk about the economy, because the economy, oh, I don't got to tell you guys, it is utterly fucked. Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. And yeah, prices skyrocketing out of control on everything right now. So that's not great. We're going to take a look at what Donald Trump's been up to, what the Republicans have been up to, and the Democrats. Okay. We are live on both Rumble and YouTube tonight, so that's good. Okay. Let's do a poll to kick this thing off. Let's just talk real quick before we do the poll so you guys understand what's happening. We now have 2 full Marine expeditionary units that have been deployed. That is a ton of Marines. Over 5,000 Marines already deployed in those views. That's the type of unit you're going to use if you want to take an island through a vehicle boat landing or something like that. And then now we know that the Pentagon has just drummed up the 82nd Airborne as well. That's a lot of ground troops if you're not going to do anything with them. So, yeah, what we're going to do first on a poll is simply, do you guys think we'll put boots on the ground? All right. Who knows? I mean, this conflict is war, whatever the hell we're calling it, military excursion, as Trump calls it. Not an incursion, an excursion. Let me know what you guys think. Are we going to put boots on the ground? Everything is signaling that way, but you never know. With old dementia Don, this could be a Wazoo pump fake, just like his 48-hour threat. Right? There's likelihoods of that too. We don't know. Okay. But we're going to talk about what just happened today. Okay, that's how we're going to kick the show off. Already got almost 5,000 people in here at the start of the show. Okay, well, I guess we could go ahead and start the show immediately. Woo! It's going to be a big one. No drinking for me. I have quit drinking for the extended period of time, not because I have any issues with it, but because my buddy Aaron Love is currently at 6.5% body fat, and I do nothing but talk shit to him all day long. I just berate him over his physical fitness, and now I feel like a piece of shit. So I've got to catch up to that. So that's what we're doing. That's what healthy relationships with your buddies looks like, by the way, guys. If you don't have buddies that are guilt tripping you into positive things, then you need to find new friends, okay? All right. Let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. Obviously, first thing we got to talk about is the 82nd Airborne. The Pentagon announced that, yes, they are in fact getting drummed up to head to Iran or the Middle East. Nobody knows exactly where they're going yet. Should be interesting to see how they decide to do this, because most of our military bases in the Gulf, where we usually go to deploy out of, are destroyed. So I'm assuming they're going to have to go somewhere, Israel, or some other places that they could launch from. I mean, Diego Garcia is a long ways away. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what they do with them. Just to launch them from somewhere, right? You got to launch the troops. 82nd Airborne. If you're not aware of how they are used, they are a quick reaction force, military. Sorry, I was going to say military free fall, not military free fall, but just regular static line jumping. Okay, this is my grandpa was in the 82nd Airborne. He jumped into Normandy on D-Day. This is what we use the 82nd Airborne for in mass scale incursions to do things like, and I'll talk about how they'll probably use, because it's all most likely going to center around Karg Island, how they'll use the Marine MEUs most likely, and how the 82nd Airborne will be deployed. And then we'll talk about what may happen after they hit the ground, because that is a scary, scary thought right now with what's going on in Iran. Okay. All right, let's kick it off. Let's start talking about it. First thing, of course, we're going to look at is just the announcements. All right, which is this just broke. The U.S. expected to send thousands of soldiers from the 82nd Airborne to the Middle East. Oh, my bad, guys. Sorry, we were supposed to start the show with some comedy, because you guys know when we're talking about serious issues like World War III that we're basically currently in, sometimes it's nice to start with a little comedic relief. And you guys know one of my favorites is Tim Dillon. And what a fantastic... If you haven't seen this clip is about perfect to what is going on with the United States and the rest of the world right now. So let's watch this before we jump in.
You know, us in Israel right now are like just two junky meth heads the town has had enough of.
Yeah.
The town has had enough of this behavior. I mean, us in Israel, nobody is excited right now to hear anything about the United States or Israel. No one in this world wants to hear about that. Sorry. Nobody wants to hear about that.
It's
right
true.
Now. So instead of getting on a plane to Scotland so you can go tell everyone that you're from America and how important it is that the Ayatollah had to get whacked during Ramadan and that they should look out for more refugees and more terrorist attacks in their countries, that's coming soon. Just tell them, during our destabilizing of the world, we've all decided we want to travel. We've all decided we want to travel after lighting the fuse that might lead to World War III. We've decided we always wanted to see Edinburgh. We wanted to have high tea at the castle after we've lit the fuse that might start World War III. Have the decency to stay in your home, for Christ, please. No one wants to see your fucking face. Or mine. No one wants to see us right now. The fuck you gonna go to Spain and drink wine in the park? Like, well, Israel has the right to defend itself. No one wants this shit from you. A bunch of fat American fucking psychopaths invading your country to tell you about that Israel needs to attack 19 other countries? You guys should really help us with this Strait of Hormuz. They're going to start kidnapping Americans in these countries and killing them publicly, and they won't be wrong.
Okay. One of my favorite clips of his, I think, ever. And it's kind of perfect, right? Like the world is sick of our shit. Objectively, we're absolutely destroying our allies, especially in Asia right now. I mean, literally destroying them. So yeah, we're not anybody's favorite right now. That's for sure. Okay. Now that we got that out of the way, got the comedy out of the way, we can talk about the serious stuff, which again, as we said, yes, thousands of troops about to be deployed from the 82nd Airborne into the conflict of Iran. Fantastic. That's what we're looking for. Let's read more about it here. And guys, I'm going to do an entire video on this tomorrow, most likely, so we can actually go deep into details. The more information I get coming out of Fort Bragg, where they're stationed. It says here, yes, U.S. expected to send thousands of soldiers from 82nd Airborne to Middle East, sources say. The Pentagon is expected to send thousands of soldiers from the Army's elite 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East. Two people familiar with the matter told Reuters on Tuesday, adding to a massive military buildup, even as Trump administration seeks talks with Iran. We'll talk about that. It's not going well. The official, speaking on the condition of anonymity, did not specify where in the Middle East the troops would go to and when they would arrive in the region. Soldiers are stationed at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. No decision has been made to send troops into Iran itself yet. On one of the sources says, but will build up capacity for potential future operations in the region. Yeah, because you definitely deploy the 82nd Airborne if you're not planning to use them, for sure. Soldiers' deployment would be in addition to the deployment last week of thousands of Marines and sailors aboard the USS Boxer, an amphibious assault ship, along with the Marine Expeditionary Unit and accompanying warships. Expected deployments come just a day after Donald Trump postponed threats to bomb Iranian power plants, saying that they've had productive talks with Iran. By the way, Iran came out and said 36 minutes, I believe, after that Donald Trump is a pedophile and no such talks. You think I'm kidding? That's literally what they said, and no such talks have taken place. So I'm going to assume when they're out calling him Island Man and calling him a pedophile on Twitter, that there's probably not actual talks. And then it says here, but after Trump's Truth Social comment, Iran denied that any talks have been held. Okay. First, let me tell you what information I just got right before we went live about this. Okay. This came directly from Jack from Black Scout Survival. And so if you know anything about Jack, he's incredibly well-informed and incredibly well-informed on this topic. He is in South Carolina. He was just getting tattooed in a tattoo shop, and the young soldier, 82nd Airborne soldier, happened to be on leave next to him, was getting tattooed as well. He got a phone call, the soldier from the 82nd Airborne, while him and Jack were in the same tattoo shop getting tattooed. Got a phone call from his unit. His unit recalled the entire 82nd Airborne. He had to get up midway from his tattoo. This 82nd Airborne soldier had to get up midway through the tattoo, leave the tattoo shop, and drive back to Georgia. Most likely, if anybody was in the military, when the 82nd Airborne gets a message like that, because they're a rapid deployment force, so they have to be on call to be able to deploy anywhere in the world within 24 hours. If the 82nd Airborne is getting emergency recall from their entire division, it sounds like that potentially they're probably getting deployed within the next 24 hours. That's usually how this works for a rapid deployment force. For them to be that panicked where he had to get up mid-tattoo and not even finish his tattoo to go back to his unit to get ready to deploy. That's not good. For all of us that served in the military, we all understand how not good that is. The odds that nothing is going to happen when they're actually doing a massive recall like that is pretty low, ladies and gentlemen. Again, they don't recall the 82nd Airborne, and then also the Pentagon sort of leaking that they are being deployed as well. I would guess probably these boys are headed out within the next 24 hours. Now, that doesn't mean they're necessarily combat operation is going to hit the ground in 24 hours from now. It could. They have the capability to do that. 82nd Airborne can do that. But it is highly likely that at least they are deploying here in the next 24 to 48 hours, would be my guess. Okay. Now, what is that going to look like if we decide to use the 82nd Airborne? Are we going to drop them into Tehran? No, of course not. All of this is sort of focused right now around Karg Island. We've talked a lot about Karg Island on the show. We're going to explain a little bit more about it tonight so we can understand how this may be actually used. All right, let's talk about Karg Island, why it's important, why the United States is potentially talking about putting boots on the ground, and be very clear, that's what this is. So here's Karg Island. You're all very familiar with the Strait of Hormuz by now. You've seen this map 1,000 times, okay? But if you actually travel all the way up the Persian Gulf, up to the very northern portion here, you have what's called Karg Island. Thank you. And Karg Island is significant because probably around 95% of Iran's oil traffics out of there. Also, a ton of the Gulf states' oil also traffics out of there. Okay, it's not just Iran. So what the United States is hoping to do here by taking Karg Island is to basically take control of all of the oil that's coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. What's sort of the issue here? Okay, well, that's great. There's a lot of issues. There's a lot of issues, but initial ones. Okay, let's say you take Karg Island. You got it. You got control of all the oil. Does that mean the oil flows freely out of the Strait of Hormuz now? No, nothing changes here. So all you're doing now is just stopping Iran's ability to transport oil out. Now, does that actually make sense? Strategically, you're going to be like, yeah, we want to cut off Iran's oil so that we can destroy their economy as well, right? Well, what's the big problem? What did we just do 2 days ago? We just lifted sanctions on 140 million barrels of Iranian oil. We just gave Iran $14 billion. Why? Because Iran's oil is also incredibly important to the global oil commodity, as a global oil commodity, right? So if Iran shuts down their oil production, that is going to further spike global oil prices. So we could take Karg Island. We can shut down. Now, well, we can take it. If we can hold it, that's going to be another thing. Talk about that here in a second. But we can take the island. We can stop all oil production coming out of the Middle East. Who do you think that's going to negatively affect? Us, the global economy. This is the big thing with the Strait of Hormuz. This is Iran's biggest lynch point. So now we're going to spike oil prices even higher by taking Karg Island. Okay, you can't get the oil out of there. You can control it now, but it's all just going to sit there in the Persian Gulf, which is going to make things even worse, right? This isn't going to help alleviate anything. You're going to punish Iran a little bit, but to think that Iran's not going to get economic help from China and Russia if this event happens. Of course it is. Now, there's even bigger problems with that. We'll get to it here in a minute about if we decide to take Karg Island. Yemen has now announced that they will shut down the other strait. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. But let's talk about more about Karg Island, what it is, now that we understand how strategically important it is. Okay, this is what it actually looks like. Here's Karg Island. So what you have is you have the big oil tankers that come and dock here, and then you have all the oil, right, that gets transported onto the ships off Karg Island. Okay. Now, when we look at, this is the one. When we actually look at Karg Island here, see if I can zoom in on just a little bit. All right, so standard island, not gigantic at all. Here's your docking space for your oil tankers. How would we take this down? Why, when we're talking about Marine expeditionary units that are going to roll up on amphibious and assault ships, okay, because that's what the Marines are going to do here. And then you have the 82nd Airborne that you're probably going to deploy in conjunction with a ground invasion by the Meuse. Almost identical to what we did on D-Day in Omaha Beach and Normandy and things like that, right? We had a massive amphibious assault. We also dropped in the 82nd Airborne troopers behind enemy lines so that they could take out bunkers and all sorts of different targets, right? Great strategy. Okay, you could do that here. I'm not going to pretend to know exactly where they're going to hit the island or anything like that, but you're most likely going to see is some type of Marine amphibious assault that's going to come into the island. You're going to get all your Marines off, and then you'd most likely use the 82nd Airborne, right, that you could fly over, most likely here in the command structures, probably over here. I would assume this is where all the actual buildings and offices and command structures are going to be, right? You would jump them in behind enemy lines, maybe back here, and that they can actually come up from behind the enemy to wherever the defensive positions may be. If they're even defending it, they probably aren't. And that they can facilitate actually through paratroopers, right, jumping in somewhere along these lines and then assaulting through as well while the Marines come from the beaches and assault. Okay, that's to take the island. You're probably going to see something like that. Okay, great. The United States took Karg Island. They'll probably face zero kinetic defenses. Iran's probably not even defending the island anymore, right? Why would Iran put the IRGC on that tiny little island? They don't need to. Why does Iran, you guys know why Iran doesn't need to put any boots on the ground themselves to defend Karg Island? Well, I mean, if we look back at the map, you can see Karg Island is right off the coast of Iran. And what does Iran have? Drones and ballistic missiles. And this island is a little bit different than a ship because it does not move. What does that mean? Iran can use their ballistic missiles from, right, a couple miles away, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 miles, to strike the island. So what will most likely happen? We'll take the island, we'll put thousands and thousands of troops, and then potentially, keep in mind what's on this island, right? All these massive oil refineries and things that they have here. All of these massive, massive oil depots. Do you know what would be really nasty to hit with ballistic missiles on that little ass island? Those oil depots. It's like going to turn that island into a giant, basically toxic. The whole surrounding island, the air is just going to be toxic oil fumes. That's just from striking the oil depots while they're on the island. Or they just obliterate the island completely with ballistic missiles, and we lose thousands of troops. Because they don't even have, or drones. They can make it even worse, because what they can do is wait for those troops to make things 1,000 times worse, that will end up in a hostage situation where we deploy all these troops, especially the ground troops, the Meuse, or the 82nd Airborne that jumps them in. And then what does Iran do? Iran can drone strike the U.S. ships that brought the Meuse in. And now you've got 5,000-10,000 troops on that island with no means for resupply, no logistical support. The Navy can't come help them. And Iran's just going to continue to just pound them. And then what? So now you're holding an island that, okay, you shut down the oil, potentially lost thousands of troops doing it. And also, keep in mind, think about this. Yes, the vast majority of Iran's oil comes through that island in that area. Do you think Iran is just going to let the United States have it all? You don't think they're just going to destroy their own shit? In war, it's much like salting your own crops, right? Back in the medieval times, what did you do? You salted your own crops. This is how Russia lasted forever. Salt your own crops. That way the enemy can't use your own stuff. So what's Iran going to do? They're going to destroy it all. Because they're not just going to hand it to the United States. And what's that going to do to the global oil? Global oil, it's going to spike. It'll probably spike oil to $200-$300 a barrel overnight. And we're going to collapse the global economy. Us pretending like we can just take and seize and hold the island and they're just going to let us have it and there's going to be no repercussions for it. Here's the thing. This administration, I do believe, is dumb enough to do this. They've shown that they haven't thought about anything, right? And we're going to talk about this. It's come out from the Trump administration that there was no considerations. This is from the Pentagon. There was no considerations made for Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz. The Pentagon, I guess, just didn't even expect that to happen. That wasn't even a consideration that maybe Iran would just shut down the most important canal in the world if they got attacked. Okay, well, now we know the people in charge aren't even thinking about like basics, like 7th grade strategy here. So, yes, it's very, very scary situation. Again, I can't imagine a world where Iran just allows us to go take that island and just deploy troops and put boots on the ground and just take their oil refineries and shut down their economy. Does that really sound like something they're going to do? Or are they going to immediately? And here's the thing, is the Pentagon and Trump have also signaled for weeks that we're going to do this. And so now Iran knows this is the most likely course of action. So, of course, now there's also going to be all sorts of different course of actions that may play out, right? This could be a feint. We could try to do something somewhere else. Cool, whatever. But Iran is most certainly prepared for the United States to try to take Bragg Island. And is that going to be worth it to the United States? Or how about we just end the war and fucking leave? You ever think of that? Also, have you seen Iran's concessions they're asking for now? I forgot to get the pull them up here. Iran put out their full list of concessions to the United States to end this war today, and it had things like the United States has to rebuild everything they destroyed in Iran. We're going to have to pay for everything. Things like that. And they've announced if Donald Trump strikes one of their power plants, they will not open the Strait of Hormuz until that power plant is completely rebuilt, which would take years and years and years. So, yeah, it's this whole thing it's not good, right? Because Donald Trump, we know, is looking for an off-ramp. He wants out of the conflict so bad. He knows it's politically destroying him and the party. His cabinet's got to understand this by this point. He has no off. Not without massive concessions, not without giving Iran everything they want. Because now what he tried to offer the Obama Iran nuclear deal. That was what we were offering before Iran told us to go F ourselves yesterday. He just offered them back the Iran nuclear deal, and Iran went, no thanks. We're going to get a way better deal than that. So think about that. Donald Trump ended the Iran nuclear deal, and now has caused this catastrophe, and can't even get back the deal that was already in place under Obama. That's how bad this has gotten. So that's great. And you see, he's trying to manipulate the markets, right? We saw that yesterday when he came out Monday morning, right before the stock market opened, and announced he canceled the strikes. No strikes on those power plants for 5 days. The war is almost over. All while Iran calls him a pedophile and says, no, it's not. And do you guys know, do you know how weak he looks, Donald Trump looks on the world stage right now? This should make you furious, how weak the United States looks. Our president gave a 48-hour threat that we would bomb Iran's main power plant, or one of their main power plants. Their grid is actually amazingly decentralized, so it wouldn't have really done anything. It would have cut off like 2% of their power. He gives the 48-hour threat. 48 hours later, what happens? He does taco Trump, right? Trump chickens out because, again, one, it's a war crime. Two, Iran announced, if you strike our power plants, we will immediately strike all of the desalination plants in Israel and the Gulf, and we will create a refugee crisis that's 70 million people overnight. Go ahead and try it. So Trump had to chicken out, of course. And then, so he chickens out. And then Monday morning, right before the stock market opens, he announces, well, the reason we're not going to strike those power plants is because, well, we're having great talks with Iran now. And then literally, and then you see S&P 500, the stock market just rips to the moon. I think it was 38 minutes later, Iran then puts out their statement and says, this guy's a pedophile, the island man, as they're calling him. We're not talking to the island man. No deals have been made. We have no talks with the United States. And the market immediately. So that's what he's doing. He's manipulating the markets now, while his son, Barron, trades oil futures around him manipulating the market. It's some of the most corrupt shit I've ever seen in my entire life. And we're just sitting back watching it. The American people, Congress, doing literally fucking nothing. Hey, Democrats, you want to do anything? You want to at least try to impeach the guy? No, you're good. And again, that's not saying the Republicans are fucking voting to put all this shit through. So I'm not saying Republicans aren't doing it. Republicans are even worse on this. But Democrats are just right there, bipartisan. The Uniparty doesn't give a shit, right? Because Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Cory Booker all take millions and millions of dollars from AIPAC. And that's all the Democrat leadership. So they want the war too. They all want it. Everybody in politics in Washington wants it. The only people that don't want it are us, Okay. Anyway, we're going to do a full video on that tomorrow, most likely, once I get a little bit more information. Or maybe not if we don't get more information. Or maybe we find out we put boots on the ground. I can't imagine. Again, what's the way out? For me, I am completely fine. I'm actually completely fine with this way out if we did this. Donald Trump says complete victory. We destroyed everything. The Navy, the Air Force, it's all destroyed. It's the best. We got the best deal. All the oil. We're getting all the oil. Iran's giving us all the oil. Right? And then we just leave. And we leave the Middle East completely. Pull out all the bases, pull out every single troop, and just say, all right, good luck, Israel. And we're we win. We won. That'd actually be amazing. Now, Trump would be doing it out of embarrassment, but it would be great for the country for us to finally get out of there. He's got an off-ramp. It's just about stroking his ego. You got to stroke his ego enough to make him feel like he got something out of it, right? Oh, I look good. Now, the entire country is going to know that he surrendered, right? It's not going to help him, but at least at least America gets something good out of this. That's best case scenario. That is the scenario I am hoping for. That is a scenario you should all hope for, right? We should hope for that. We don't want war with Iran. We don't want the global economy to collapse. We don't want gas to be $10 a gallon. Okay? At least I don't. So I would love that. But I don't think Trump's handlers are going to allow that to happen, because if that happens, Israel's out there floundering. Good luck, boys. See if you want to bomb all your neighbors when the United States ain't there. That's what Israel does. Israel is like the little nerdy kid on the playground that runs up and punches somebody in the face because he's got the big, tough older brother right behind him. And then he runs and hides behind his older brother. But when older brother ain't there at school, everybody's going to get some revenge. They're going to be wanting that revenge. You think Lebanon, Hezbollah, Hamas, Iran, Syria, probably in some cases, you think they aren't going to want revenge? Fuck yeah. So that's why I don't think it'll ever happen. And that's the quagmire we're in. Is the best thing that could possibly happen, we know he won't do because the people in control of him don't want to let it happen. And so here we are, stuck in the middle with you, right? Anyway, it's insane. Okay, let's move on and talk a little bit more about. Hold on a second. Abs unloaded. Ugh, you gotta love that. All right. Okay, here we go. Let's kick it off. Let's see what's going on with this war, we're going to talk a little bit about Pete Hegseth. He's fucking all over the place. A little American psycho. All right. I want this load. My first tab won't load here. Okay, whatever. We'll just start and move through with Pete here. Okay. Because this is the guy in charge. Here's the other problem. This is the guy in charge of this. In charge of figuring this absolute shit show out. Here he is. Let's look at some clips of Pete.
In Iraq, the same thing. Where in the United States is the state of Israel? Is it okay to have 10 alcoholic drinks a day? Are nukes bad? You're the only one that understands. Looks maxing for adults? Why is war so much harder than Call of Duty? Oh my God, this thing is saying I'm the greatest Secretary of War of all time. Why won't anyone tell me where Fidel Castro is hiding? Are Iran and Iraq?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, let's see some stuff he's actually said though. This was priceless, guys. This was absolutely priceless. I can't believe he was dumb enough to say this.
To that point on capabilities, Iran's an energy-rich country, could be, should be. Instead, like so many other places driven by a radical ideology, they've spent that money instead of investing in their people. That's why you had millions of Iranians protesting, because they felt like their quality of life didn't match what it could be or should be. And what was the Iranian state? There's a reason we call Iran the #1 state sponsor of terrorism, because they took the money they make and they invest it in tunnels, and they invested in missiles, and they invested in launchers. And
Iran spends too much money on the military. The United States, by the way, spends more on the military than every country in the world combined put together. Okay? Just by the numbers, and I broke this down in a different video, so I know the numbers are accurate because I already did the math. Iran spends about $105 per person per year. So let's say the average Iranian pays about $105 in taxes to the government to fund the military. 105. Do you know what the math is, ladies and gentlemen, on how much each of us, each individual American pays to fund the military currently, plus if you add in the $200 billion that they're asking for, $1.7 trillion a year, divided by 349 million people, it's about $4,500 a year. $4,500 a year is what the United States taxpayer pays. Yeah, somebody just got it. Six's mom just did the math for us. $4,871. That's what, 48 times what per capita what an Iranian citizen pays to fund their military? Yeah, Pete, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that was a real great take by you, buddy. Not sure that was a little odd. Now, people have been talking about the draft and things like that. Well, when you see stuff like this also gets a little bit scary for that.
In this video, as we said we would, I want to update you on our efforts to reinstate those service members who were unjustly forced out of the military during the COVID-19 panic. While I'm proud of our efforts over the past year, our obligations to make things right are not yet complete. I'm therefore extending the application of the department's reinstatement and return to service guidance established last April. The revised guidance will now apply to former service members, our warriors of conscience, who wish to return to service through April 1st of 2027. So we're extending this to make sure anybody that wants to take advantage of it has additional time to take advantage of it. Maybe you were waiting to see whether we meant it or not. We do. We hope you'll take a look.
Maybe you're waiting to see if we went to war with Iran or not. Also, they reduced the time requirement from 4 years to 2 years on that. Now, why might we all of a sudden be extending things like that and reducing the time requirements to try to get to people to come into the military? Well, chances are recruitment, while it was good at the start of Trump's presidency, most certainly is not looking great anymore. And when you're potentially about to go into a major war, you're going to need all the troops you can get. So that's usually step one. You're going to see stuff like that first. You're going to see things like stop losses second. Okay. Stop losses is not letting people out of the military when their time's up. Excuse me, got the hiccups. And we got a mega cuck in the chat. We got a MAGA cuck in the chat. Whoa, gay car too, dude. Look at this guy. Sick, bro. Probably drink White Monsters, fat as fuck, driving down, smoking a cigarette, just thinking you're dope as shit. Yeah, dope. Keep cucking for Israel, bro. Little dork. Okay, let's keep moving. Yeah, so I mean, and then what comes next? The draft, obviously, but that'll be once we start getting thousands of troops killed, which, if we do this, is most certainly going to happen. Also, as we are begging the world, please, for the love of God, will one of our allies help us open the strait? This is what our Secretary of Defense is saying to our allies.
World, the Middle East, our ungrateful allies in Europe, even segments of our own press should be saying one thing to President Trump. Thank you. Thank you for the courage to stop this terror state from holding the world hostage with missiles while building or attempting to build a nuclear bomb.
Okay. Nobody believes that. Nobody believes any of this anymore, right? I mean, we're all well past this, I'm assuming. And again, we're begging NATO to help, and we're calling them Donald Trump's calling them cowards. Pete Hegseth's calling them ungrateful. Think about this. Japan. Hey, Japan. You know how 90% of your oil comes out of the Strait of Hormuz, and you guys are absolutely fucked? Your economy could potentially collapse, all because the United States decided to start an illegal offensive war for no reason without consulting you. You think Japan? Hey, why aren't you grateful, Japan? Why aren't you grateful about that? Huh? Hey, Australia. I know you're about out of fuel and you guys have already undergone work from home sanctions because there's no gas in your country. Why aren't you grateful, you little fuckers? Ugh. Just, what are we doing? This is not the way you get allies to come help you. You know? And they are all going to switch to China if this conflict doesn't end, because they have to get oil somehow, right? Or Russia. Why would they continue to just get destroyed? You know? Also, if you don't know what the polling says, the Japanese people have been polled, and their approval rating is -71. -71 of the United States right now. So that's great. We're doing great out here, guys. A little bit more on Hegseth. You didn't see this. Hegseth lied and made up a story about one of the fathers who talked to him after his son was killed in this conflict. Pete Hegseth said, "What I heard through tears, through hugs, through strength, and through unbreakable resolve was the same from family after family. They said, 'Finish this.'" Of course, that was a lie. Father of the service member said, "When he spoke to me, that was not something we talked about." So cool, man. You've got the Secretary of War just making up things that Gold Star family members are saying, just to propagandize the war, using dead soldiers to propagandize the war. Sick, dude. Sick, bro. All right, this is the clip that wouldn't load earlier, but it's relevant now. If you guys haven't watched George Carlin's stuff, well, it sure is relevant now. Let me make sure this is actually where it needs to be. All right, let's watch a little bit of this. This aged well.
We like war. We're a warlike people. We like war because we're good at it. And you know why we're good at it? Because we get a lot of practice. This country's only 200 years old, and already we've had 10 major wars. We average a major war in this country every 20 years, so we're good at it. And it's a good thing we are. We're not very good at anything else anymore. Can't build a decent car. Can't make a TV set or a VCR worth of Got no steel industry left. Can't get health care to our old people. Can't educate our young people. But we can bomb.
This was in the 90s, I believe, by the way, or early 2000s.
Get out of your country, all right? Huh? We can bomb. Get out of your country, all right? Especially if your country is full of brown people.
Yep.
Oh, we like that, don't we? That's our hobby. That's our new job in the world, bombing brown people. Iraq, Panama, Grenada, Libya, you got some brown people in your country. Tell them to watch the fuck out. Or we'll goddamn
Venezuela, Iran, Cuba.
bomb them. But when's the last white people you can remember that we bombed? Can you remember the last white? Can you remember any white people
Yeah, I believe this was before the global war on terror, mind you.
we've ever bombed? The Germans. The Germans are the only ones. And the only reason for that is because they were trying to cut in on our action. They wanted to dominate the world. That's our fucking job.
So he brings up a great point there. When he says, it's a good thing we're so good at war because we're not good at anything else anymore. That's very true. And what's scary right now is it looks like we're potentially not that very good at war either. Now, if we lose the American empire by showing that we're a paper tiger, which, again, I do not believe that the U.S. military is a paper tiger. I believe that our leaders are just inept and retarded. Objectively, the dumbest fucking people in the world. And so they have there's no strategy, right? And so you can't blame the military for not tactically achieving some victory when the people in charge have no strategy. There's no objectives. There's no end state. There's no goals. It's impossible for our military to succeed because they're being run by baboons for the most part, right? We know that. We know there's no plan. They've talked about it before, right? So the most powerful military in the world, and we didn't take into account something like the Strait of Hormuz being shut down by sea mines. That's my point, right? Stuff like that. And it should piss you off, especially as an American, especially as a veteran. You should be furious at what this administration is doing to our military and the way it's making our military look. You should be disgusted by that. You shouldn't, you're not a patriot for supporting an administration that got us into a conflict like this with no way out and no idea what they're doing. That's not patriotism. That just makes you a fucking idiot. You support that. Luckily, I think we're down to 23% of Americans support the war at this point. Still seems a little bit high to me. Obviously, that's 99% of that is MAGA and then a little bit of blue MAGA. Everybody else knows it's the dumbest shit ever. But that's where we're at, right? And so a little scary out here. It's a little scary out here. Oh, and then you got Pete Hegseth out here saying shit like this to his kids. Absolute fucking lunatic. Which is Pete Hegseth says he told his 13-year-old son that U.S. soldiers who died in the war for Iran died for him, so his generations wouldn't have to face a nuclear Iran. They died for you, son. Well, you know what? Your sons, Pete, your sons are going to... Here's the problem about that, Pete, is the internet exists, social media exists, and your boys will grow up and they will be absolutely berated by their peers and their classmates. They'll be made fun of. They'll know what a piece of shit their dad is because all the kids' parents at home will tell their kids that their classmate is Pete Hegseth's sons, right? They'll learn. And so you can lie about it for now, but the way the world works now, buddy, with access to information, nah, that ain't it. You got to see this dude's approval. They do approval ratings on Pete Hegseth. You got to see his approval rating compared to former SecDefs. Watch this.
Training. He was 62 points above water. Look at Donald Rumsfeld, who of course became unpopular later, but at the beginning of the Iraq War, look at this. He was 58 points. I mean, look at this. It's just completely on the other side of the aisle, 17 points below water in the average. Mad Dog Mattis was 37 points above water. 37 points above water at this point in Trump's first term. Compare that again to Pete Hegseth, 17 points below water. Pete Hegseth is truly unique when it comes to Secretary of Defense's breaking records when it comes to unpopularity at this point in a presidency.
And here's the great thing. That's a CNN poll. And guess what? Donald Trump, and we're gonna get to Donald Trump. Donald Trump's come out and said CNN polls are the only true polls. Because they said that stupid shit where they said 100% of MAGA supports Donald Trump. But Donald Trump said CNN has the best polls. They've got the best polls. CNN, I know they said they're fake news, but they've got the best polls. They've got the best. Did you see they said I was at 100? 100. Right? So that's why we're going to use CNN polls for everything tonight, because Donald Trump is the one who said CNN polls are 100% accurate. Okay? So there you go. Pete Hegseth, the most unpopular Secretary of Defense in modern history. Well done, Pete. Well done. Looking great, buddy. All right, let's keep it moving. Now, let's talk a little bit about the Strait of Hormuz. This was the response from Iran after Donald Trump's, or one of the responses after Donald Trump's threats to invade the Strait, or to bomb those power plants, the 48-hour windows here. And they said the Strait of Hormuz is not closed. Ships hesitate because insurers fear the war of your choice initiated, not Iran. No insurer and no Iranian will be swayed by more threats. You should try respect. Freedom of navigation cannot exist without freedom of trade, respect, or both, or expect neither. So, yeah, it doesn't look like those talks are going great. And here's also what I was talking a little bit earlier, which is if now Yemen has announced you have the Mandab Strait as well down here, where a ton of oil also comes out of. And Yemen has announced that if the United States tries to take Karg Island, they will also shut down Strait of Mandab, which would essentially close all oil production out of the Middle East. So get ready for $20 a gallon gas, because that's coming if that happens. So that's awesome. You know what I mean? Also, you got to love this about Trump. Can't really keep our statements straight. Says their navy is gone. Okay, well then who's blocking the Strait of Hormuz? Their missiles are gone. Okay, well who keeps bombing Israel? Yeah, that's why when he says the navy's gone, their missiles are gone, their leadership's gone. Maybe, I don't know, whoever's behind the scenes running it, still managing to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed decently enough. So yeah, it's a little rough. Here's what I was talking about earlier. That yes, sounds like top Trump officials acknowledged to lawmakers, which would have been Congress, during recent classified briefings that they did not plan for the possibility of Iran closing the strait in response to strikes. I don't know. Again, I've shown you. You can go look at my video. I believe it's how long ago was June now? 9 months ago. It's on my channel still. I did an entire video about Iran shutting down the Strait of Hormuz and what it would do to the world. Entire video 9 months ago on my channel. So I knew it was a possibility, but the Pentagon didn't. Oh my gosh. Our country's being run by morons. And I'm not saying that to be rude. I'm saying that because it's objectively true. Now, Scott Ritter had a really interesting, there's two interesting takes I want to show you guys on this. And then we'll talk about it.
That cannot be shot down by American-Israeli air defense. Missile defenses don't work. This might be one of those rare silver linings in a cloud. Nobody wanted this war. But if we can get out of this war with nothing greater than the humiliation of the United States, it could be a wake-up call to future.
This is kind of what I was saying earlier.
Administrations that arms control actually works. We should give it a shot and not pursue Golden Dome and all the things the Trump administration is doing. Again, I do believe this is the end of the Trump administration. I don't believe they survive this. One of the reasons is that the Iranians have exposed a 1.5 trillion defense budget, annual defense budget, to be an empty fraud. I mean, how do you explain this to the American people? You spend this much money, and you're getting swamped right now by Iranian missiles.
Yeah, so silver lining potentially, like I said, maybe we get out. Maybe we get out completely. I think that's one of the only potential upsides here, like real upsides, is we just get out of the Middle East completely. And here's another take right along the lines of this same idea right here. Oh, let me started from. All right.
If you're looking for an exit, what's your exit strategy if you're Trump? Well, one of the things that's really interesting about Trump is he just makes stuff up. So what he can do is he can say, I've made a deal. It's the best deal ever. There's never been a better deal. I've made the most incredible deal the world has ever seen. It's really special. You're going to love it. We're going to win. We're going to win like you've never won before. And I'm getting oil concessions from Iran. And we're going to send everybody in except for ExxonMobil because they made me very angry when they pushed back on the Venezuela thing. And so I'm going to punish them for all eternity because I hate them. And then he's going to say, and we're done. And the war's over. And the United States will just simply stop attacking Iran. It doesn't matter if the Islamic Republic is intact or not. for his supporters, he got a win. And they're going to go, he's a genius. He got all this oil for us. And then not a single drop of oil need ever leave Iran for the United States. Not a single
like
US
Venezuela
company need ever set foot in Iran. The Iranian government can even come out and go, no such deal was made, and it won't matter.
100% true. Same thing happened in that's literally what happened in Venezuela. Right? We kidnapped Maduro. We said we were going to regime change. We said we were going to get all this oil and all these natural resources. What actually happened? We kidnapped Maduro. We left the Maduro regime in power. Nothing changed. We got no oil. We got no natural resources. We declared it a victory. Why not do the same thing here? I don't know. It seems like one of the best ways out. Feels like one of the best ways out here. Okay. Now, we do have some good news. There's one or two Republicans in Congress who have put their foot down to some of this bullshit, and Lauren Boebert just happens to be one, being asked about funding the extra $200 billion for this war that we supposedly already won.
I will not vote for a war supplemental. No, I am a no. I've already told leadership I am a no on any war supplementals. I am so tired of spending money elsewhere. I am tired of the industrial war complex getting all of our hard-earned tax dollars. I have folks in Colorado who can't afford to live. We need America First policies right now, and I'm not doing that. We need the Save America Act, FISA with warrants. There's a lot of hard lines that I have right now, and we've got to get our act together if we want to keep this majority.
Oh, that's not going to happen. That's obviously not going to happen. But she's got a great points there on. We need America First policies right now, not another forever regime change war in Iran. Everybody knows that. But then you have the absolute psychopaths that are on Fox News now. This is the point Fox News has gotten to. I want you to just take a look at actual panel here. Before you even listen to how psychotic they are, you could just tell right out the gate what Fox News is up to.
The people who are talking to Iranians in Iran saying, they're most afraid of the bombs stopping, because if the bombs stop, they believe the United States might be done.
Absolutely. And when they have the moment to tweet, they're tweeting and saying, please don't stop. Because the worst thing that could happen to us is if you leave this regime in place, which means who is going to pay the price? We, the Iranian people, are. They're going to torture us more. They're going to kill us. They're going to throw us in prison. You've got to finish the job. They are celebrating every time a bomb goes on. Just imagine, Trace, for a moment that you'd be celebrating when you hear a bomb go off, because that is a freedom mission. It's a freedom mission for them. This is not a war. They are finally going to be free from their oppressors that have held them hostage for the past 47 years.
They're celebrating as they're getting bombed. Those are freedom bombs. Here comes America's freedom bombs. Just killed half my family, but at least America's bringing me freedom. Thank you, America. Who actually believes that? That's what the Iranian people, after their apartment complex gets obliterated, they're jumping on Twitter to say, thank you, Israel. Thanks, baby. Freedom. And also, what are you talking about? Regime change. What regime change? We've already announced, the Trump administration has announced there will be no regime change, because we know it's not possible without massive scale boots on the grounds. Think about her. She's out there saying that. The Iranian people are cheering being bombed. There are no people. And here's the thing. Here's how you know. Guys, I have been danger close to an AC-130 dropping 105 millimeter rounds, like 30 meters away. I have been probably 40 meters away from Hellfire rockets hitting buildings next to me. There is no celebrating. Nobody is happy when they're getting bombed. I can promise you it's horrifically fucking terrifying. I have been right next to them. Ain't nobody, not the toughest motherfucker I've ever met, doesn't get down and put their head against the wall and fucking pray to their creator when the bombs are hitting. Every single person does. So no, the Iranian civilians are not out in the streets cheering as bombs are dropping on them. Okay? Are we okay? Can we be okay with that? Even if the psychos on Fox News want to tell you that, that's not how it works. Somebody said freedom nukes. Yeah, exactly, guys. It's just, again, absolute psychos. And that's what Fox News is. Also, I love this one, guys. I didn't notice this when I saw this at first until, this is a funny one, but this is so great. We'll talk about it after I show you this, guys. Just pay attention to the background.
Swear to God, the United States government is just entirely based on hype moments and aura. Just look at this picture. He wants to be Obama so bad. Except one, this isn't the Situation Room. This is just Mar-a-Lago with some shitty curtains. Some shitty see-through curtains. And two, their research is just going on Twitter and looking up Venezuela. Look at this. It's just a bunch of tabs of social media. Oh, a woman can't be president. She would get her period and start a war. He invaded a country to aura farm. Also, because he's in the Epstein files. This entire administration is...
Look at this, though. They have Twitter pulled up in the background. It's just... And with shitty black curtains. You've got Susie Wiles in there with her Apple Watch made in China as they're at Mar-a-Lago with shitty black curtains and Twitter up on the screen. That's the Situation Room on the night they started the war. What? These are the people in charge, man. You can't make this up. You can see it. It's in the pictures. They're just getting their info. They're just typing in Venezuela, Iran war into Twitter and seeing what people are saying. Oh, we should probably do that, huh? Oh, my God. It's just, excuse me, absolutely psychotic. All right, I'm going to show you a couple of MAGA's war experts. I've just been incredibly impressed recently by all the MAGA Zionists that are war experts. Here's one. I'm not going to play her clip, but you can see she's obviously a little Trump simp. Says, but Trump said no new wars. Wrong. He's not starting a war. He's finishing one that's been dragging on for 47 years. And I love this. Keep in mind, look at who we're looking at. She says, just because you just discovered geopolitics yesterday doesn't mean the rest of us did. Like, oh, thanks. 22-year-old lady who's never served, never been in the military, never seen war or combat, knows nothing about foreign conflict or foreign policy. Thank you for educating all of us on what this conflict actually is. And then you got this one. These experts, guys, Stephen A. Smith. I did not know Stephen A. Smith, the dude who played Division II basketball for a year. I didn't know that also makes you a war and foreign policy expert.
So, and to the Jewish community out there, let me be very, very clear. I don't blame them if they're in an uproar over Joe Kent, because what you're doing is basically saying that Israel instigated this war.
Correct. Yes, they did. Marco Rubio said that. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said that out loud. So yes, now Stephen A. Smith is more of a expert on the war in Iran than Joe Kent. Okay. Oh, and he can't even stick to the NBA. He's not even good at that. Oh my God. Okay, we got to take a little bit of a break. We got to do. Got to pay the bills a little bit. We're gonna take a 2-minute break. All right, so stick with me. Listen to couple of these sponsors, and we are going to jump right back into the video. All right, so just stand by 2 minutes and we will be right back. Now, even though the government continues to waste billions of dollars of our taxpayer money, it's tax season, and they need that money to help fund the war. So if you owe back taxes, then that's going to bring us to today's sponsor. So if you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, or you filed every year but you keep owing, have you retired suddenly and got hit with a tax bill you didn't expect? Are you a business owner with messy books and a balance you can't afford? Maybe you pulled money out of your 401k or IRA early, and now the IRS wants that money. All right, your balance isn't going to go down, your penalties are going to grow, interest is going to compound, and many of you are about to owe again for this upcoming tax year with no plan in place. The IRS isn't going to wait. It's going to start garnishing your wages, bank levies, and potentially even seizing your property. And they can file for you even without your consent. This is where Tax Network USA comes in. With over 15 years in business, there hasn't been a tax case they haven't been able to resolve. Whether you own $10,000 or $10 million, their team has helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt. They're offering a free investigation call with the IRS. After that investigation, they put a clear plan in place to resolve your tax problem and get you back on track. This is about using your legal rights to take control before the government sets terms for you, and we know they love to do that, don't they? Don't wait for another IRS letter or for your bank account to be frozen. Call 866-407-5903 or visit tnusa.com/VFT for more info. Because again, whether we agree with what they're spending our money on or not, they're still going to make sure that we have to pay them. All right, guys. So when we're talking about controversial subjects like this, we all know that social media is moving in a direction of censorship, deplatforming, and even debanking people who talk about things that they're not supposed to. Like, I don't know, this topic we're talking about today. And so that brings us to today's sponsor, which is Rumble Wallet. Now, we know Rumble is a social media platform that doesn't deplatform, censor, and do all those things to creators, but they've also developed Rumble Wallet, their own crypto wallet where you can do all your favorite things like buy and trade crypto, Bitcoin, Tether Gold, even U.S. stable coins. A great way to diversify your investments into things like crypto to, keep the government out of your business. And another cool thing about the Rumble Wallet is if you like super chatting your favorite creators out there, you can actually super chat them in crypto. That way that they actually don't get charged any fees because, YouTube loves to take that cut. And again, if you want a good crypto wallet where you can buy, trade crypto, and also do cool things like donate to your favorite creators, download the Rumble Wallet today. Link is in the pinned comment in the description. Take yourself away from the big banks and government with your finances. All right, we're back. Got to pay the bills. Okay, let's keep them. I told you it was only 2 minutes. 2 minutes, not long. Okay, let's keep moving. We need to do some super chats here pretty soon. I don't want to get too far behind, but man, we do have a lot to talk about today. Still a lot to get through. Let me close some of these tabs. All right, we're gonna keep moving a little bit with the show. We'll stop for some super chats here in about 10 minutes or so. But for now, let's move into the economy. Yes, the economy, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely dumpster fire. And of course, we're going to talk about something terrible. We should probably get some comedy in first. Here we go. The Club Hormuz.
We are closed. Go away. I have a reservation. Private club. Go away. We are closed.
All right, there you go. Club Hormuz closed to Big Donnie J, huh? All right, now let's take a look at this. Yeah. So from I believe who was it? JP Morgan talking about this. Talking about the Strait of Hormuz still stalled. 20% of the oil's entire oil flows through it. $8 to $10 million, 8 to 10 million barrels per day are offline. JP Morgan's top analyst calls it not just the worst case scenario, it was an unthinkable scenario. This is one of the largest oil supply disruptions in history. And we're literally just getting started, by the way. And I just want to talk about Trump, right? Remember when he said this 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago. If Iran does anything to stop the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the United States 20 times harder than they've hit this far. This is a gift from the United States to China, and all those nations that heavily use the Hormuz Strait. All right, 2 weeks ago, we claimed that if they did anything to stop the Strait of Hormuz, we would obliterate them. And 3 weeks later, the strait's still shut. Donnie is now chickening out and pausing strikes on Iranian infrastructure. So, man, that one did not age incredibly well for Don there, huh? Did it? Okay. And now it's interesting because we freed up, again, $14 billion worth of oil for Iran. You even have people like Piers Morgan just confused. Here says first Russia, now Iran. None of this makes any sense. Why fuel literally your enemies? As we found out, yes, Iran to get $14 billion in oil revenue. Also sanctions, pretty much every sanction on Russia was also lifted. All the sanctions we put on them for the Ukraine war, yeah, they're all lifted. And Iran and Russia are getting massively enriched by this exact thing. Because, as we've shown before, Chinese oil and Russian oil and Iranian oil just continues to flow through the Strait of Hormuz unimpeded I mean, maybe that's what's going to be the entire point of taking back or taking Karg Island is so we can shut that down. But again, it's it's not looking good, guys. Oh, why did all my tabs unload? Okay. Also, I think we should take a look at this because you know who should probably get drafted first or should be forced to enlist, in my opinion? It's Barron Trump.
Barron Trump bought $30 million worth of oil just 2 days before the war, and it's now worth $50 million. $20 million profit in just
There we
10
go.
days. And allegations like this, which I presume are true, are why the internet trends daily send Barron or send Kai, who made a completely tone-deaf post going grocery shopping with her Secret Service and failing to recognize the irony, saying that the prices were going to bankrupt her. Your grandfather did that, Kai. This entire family and their war profiteering, their corruption, and for all y'all MAGA out there about to cry something Obama or something Biden, I don't care. Here's a law that even you should get behind because it's nonpartisan. New federal law. Any government official, be it in the legislative branch in Congress or the executive branch in the president's office, that supports any wartime actions or special operations, if they've got kids or grandkids that are 18 plus years old, those kids or grandkids are automatically enlisted.
Yep.
With no exceptions to the rule.
Yep.
No bone spur excuses.
I mean, we talked about that last week, didn't we? I think that should be, I 100% am on board with that. Yeah, you're a politician. You're Lindsey G, Lady G. You want to vote to send us to war? I don't know who he's got, because he's closeted homosexual with no wife and kids. But, there's got to be some type of next of kin that Lady G's got. But for all the other politicians, yeah, you got to send your kids, man. Sorry, they're the first to go. We'll see how bad you really want the war. Chances are you probably don't want the war. Now, you got to watch old Scott Bessent talking about why we released $14 billion of oil to Iran or for Iran. And a little Hassan clip. I don't know if we've ever used a Hassan clip, but it made me laugh my ass off when I saw it. So why not?
Coming days, we may unsanction next.
Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, that's the end of it. All right, there we go. Oh. Sorry, guys. My internet is just not doing well today. Okay, well, maybe we're not watching this one. Oh, there it goes.
Days to 2 weeks of barrels against the Iranians to keep the price down for the next.
Fucking glorious. Thank you so much. Hey, you know what also helps Iran? The fact that their oil tankers are the only
days to 2 weeks.
What the fuck is going on with this clip? Got to be my internet. Sorry, guys. All right, we'll come back to this one. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. My bad. That's a funny clip. Hopefully it'll load. I don't know why the hell it was doing it. All right, whatever. We'll come back to it. Did we get better over the time? Got to move on. Technical difficulties, of course. All right, let's take a look at what happened the last time that oil hit nearly $150 a barrel, which will most likely happen in the next couple weeks if nothing changes.
That year, there was another important first. The price of oil hit $147 a barrel, the highest price the world has ever seen.
When oil began to go over about $80 a barrel in 2007, we saw something very interesting happening. All the other prices for all the other goods and services started to go up.
Whoa, so crazy. Oil prices went up, and then the price of everything in society also went up? Whoa. I mean, sorry to be a jerk to this economist. I know he's just talking to the average person here, but obviously.
Most of the people who follow the price of oil for a living say it's headed for $100 a barrel and quickly, as early as tomorrow.
When oil hit about $122, $123 a barrel in early 2008, we had food riots, you recall, in 22 countries. When oil hit $147 a barrel in July of 2008, all the prices across the supply chain for everything we buy went through the roof. And in that month, July 2008, purchasing power shut down all over the world.
It seems that everything is costing more.
Food costs expected to rise 4% this year.
Just 60 days after oil hit $147 a barrel, for the first time in history, the stock market fell a record 777 points in a single day.
Okay, so that gives you guys just an idea of potentially what we're headed for if nothing changes, right? And those numbers are going to be astronomically higher than what we saw in 2008 because we didn't have a massive war in the Middle East. Well, we had the war in the Middle East, but we didn't have something like the Strait of Hormuz being closed. So we're in unprecedented times. And so, yeah, that's also going to collapse the stock market. And when you tie in the AI bubble that we're in right now, if that AI bubble pops at the same time we have a collapse due to oil, hope you're not about to retire because your 401k could disappear just like it did in 2009. So just some things to think about as we go forward. And I mean, this is serious stuff. Australia is already going into fuel shortage lockdowns. So yes, Australia is calling for, I know we got a lot of Aussie viewers. I'm sure we got some in the chat. You can probably let us know. Calling for Aussies call for mandatory work from home amid rising fuel costs. And this is happening all over Asia and Southeast Asia as well. So that's going to start happening around the world. Asia's being the hardest hit, obviously, up front because of their predominantly getting their oil out of the Strait of Hormuz in the Middle East, whereas, you know, some other countries like America or South America, Canada, right, don't get as much oil from the Middle East, but still it affects global oil prices. So we also have this going on in the economy. Very 2008-ish. Very 2008-ish. Americans are taking hardship withdrawals for their retirement accounts at the fastest pace in history, which is worse than global financial crisis. Warns Vanguard, says Americans are pulling money out of their 401k funds at record rates. You usually don't do this when the economy is doing well. Let's look at some other parts of the economy that are not so great. Okay, here's some numbers. Great little John Cena meme to tie it all together. Not sure. Might have to turn the volume off. Right. Just disappointed face because percentage of Americans who are married and own a home at age 30. This is very, very important for the success of your country. Young people can get married and have children. You need to repopulate your country, right? Well, 1960, 52% of Americans were married and had owned a home by age 30, and we're down to 12% in 2025. Yes, 1 in 10 Americans is married and owns a home by the time they are 30 years old. That is astronomically bad. That does not bode well for our future generations. Also, talking about the younger generations, guys, I saw this and it was, made me laugh, but also not so much. This is why Gen Z is so based. Okay, for those of you boomers out there who don't understand why Gen Z is so based and why they all hate our greatest ally and they all, are so prominent to go listen to someone like Nick Fuentes, is this. If you were born in 2003, which might have been the worst year ever to be born, in 2008, your parents probably lost their house from the global financial crisis. 2013, you were too young to invest in Bitcoin. 2020, you did your senior year on Zoom during COVID. 2021, you did college and lockdowns. 2025, you graduated into a frozen and dead labor market. Legitimately cursed. Yes, Gen Z has been absolutely effed. Absolutely effed. So you got that going for you. Sorry, Gen Z. I mean, I don't need to apologize to you because I'm a millennial and I'm not the one that caused this. The boomers did. Maybe a little bit of Gen X mixed in there too. Oh, actually, speaking of which, why don't we just talk about exactly what I mean? But we're going to have Tim Dillon do it because he's funnier than I. How about that? We'll have Tim explain whose fault this is. All right, here we go.
The oldest Congress in American history. These people will not retire. Boomers hold on for dear life to everything. They are falling down in the halls of Congress. They will not leave. They will not quit. This is why the world looks the way it does. It's being run exclusively by like elderly boomers who will not leave. They are afraid of not running the show. They will not. Yeah. According to a recent Merrill Lynch retirement study of more than 3,600 respondents, 49% of retirees didn't downsize in their last move, and 30% actually ended up moving into larger homes. This is how sick some of these people are. They go, I'm 100 and I want more. I want a bigger home. I want a bigger home to show my kids what losers they really are. That's really what it comes down to. I want a mansion now to show my kids how much better I've done to them.
Okay. All right, we're not going to beat up on the boomers too much. All right, just the reality is, it is what it is, because this is the difference in situations of life. Okay, if your parents made $100,000 in the 90s, you'd have to make $325,000 a year to have the same life in 2026. $325,000 is the new $100K. So, don't think there's that many people making $325,000 a year out there. So life is just objectively worse than it used to be, just strictly based off of what you can afford, and you can't afford shit anymore. So there's that. All right, got a couple more here. We're gonna get just some look of average Americans. What is the average? How do the average Americans feel about this? There's some very good clips out here. Stand by here. Let's watch this. We're gonna watch average American. Oh, no, getting wonky tonight. Average American talking to, unfortunately, retired Green Beret. What a disgrace he is. But we'll keep moving. Oh my God, what the fuck is going on? Sorry, guys. My computer crashed right before we started the show, so we're having a little technical difficulties. All right, we should be good now.
Santiago?
Hi, good evening. I'm a waiter at a local restaurant in Queens, a full-time college student who sleeps an average of 4 hours at night and is still thousands in debt. How is a war in a country half the world away, funded by the taxes pulled from my check, helping me in any way?
Oof.
Yeah, it's
he's got no answer, as you can see right out the gate, but okay.
Look, it's a valid and it's a tough question. I know for certain, and if we just look at the things the president has put in place in terms of housing and big corporations that are buying up whole neighborhoods, the tax cuts that he extended with the big, beautiful bill,
those tax cuts only went to rich corporations, by the way. He's said nothing that helps this young student yet.
Policies that we're putting in place to not only make us self-sufficient, but to lessen these dependencies and lower prices, even lowering prescription drug.
Nothing's cheaper. We all know that.
Drug prices. The president's absolutely focused on what you're seeing day in and day out that's affecting your pocketbook. At the same time, as commander-in-chief, he has to weigh the risks and make the tough decisions, facing some hard truths. We cannot have a world with a genocidal terroristic regime that.
There it is. And they're just going to spew the same bullshit propaganda, right? So what was his answer to that young kid who says, essentially, I can't afford to fucking live, man? What does this war in Iran do to help me live? And what was his answer? Well, we cut taxes for corporations, and we're thinking about energy. But, we can't have a nuclear terrorist state. Oh, thanks, man. That's exactly what that kid needed to hear. What the fuck does that do to help him? Nothing. There is nothing. There's nothing positive about it. Right? But this is the problem when you start a war and you start it specifically for Israel, and I'll know that. It's very hard to explain to average Americans what that war for a foreign country, why that's good for me when I can't afford groceries or gasoline anymore. It's very, very hard to explain, right? But again, just more people in the economy.
It's so bad. $33 for toilet paper. We can't even afford to shit.
Like, are we dead serious right now? Like, are we dead ass?
I'm gonna turn that off. Got music to it. You can see the prices. $7.29 for a bag of Ruffles. Absolutely crazy. $21 for 3 cases of Sprite. That's usually about what, $8? Nice. Popcorn chicken, $3. That seems okay. I don't know how much it would normally be. Oh, that's a pound probably, actually. $14. $14 for a jug of orange juice. $14 for a jug of orange juice. Okay. Yeah, we're doing well. Here's another. I like some of these. It's also a good one as well.
World War III seemingly right around the corner. I think one of the reasons that the administration isn't even trying to drum up support for this one is because they know they can't. Because the last time they were trying to fight a war in the Middle East, they told people like, oh, these Middle Easterners, they hate your way of life. And at that time, Gen X and baby boomers in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. And so they had something to be afraid of, right? Because they had like houses and families and careers. But now, with millennials and Gen Z being like the age majority, the fighting majority, it's like, oh yeah, they hate our way of life. Dude, us too. We just work all day to give our money to landlords, taxes, and Amazon. And all our jobs are about to be taken by AI anyways, with data centers that are going to consume all the drinking water. It's like, yeah, they hate our way of life. Dude, we hate our way of life. I'm not fighting in your goddamn war.
There it is. I mean, you got a point. If I was Gen Z, I don't know, man. I like to say I would have been signing up, but looking at it now, would I have? I don't know. Tough sell. It's a tough sell right now, obviously, to all of us that this war is a good thing. I don't think anybody actually believes that at this point, but they're still trying to sell it. Now, we're going to talk about Trump a little bit specifically, and this is why I said, that we're using only CNN polls, because Trump loves this poll. If you guys didn't see this poll, CNN polled him at 100% approval rating in the most North Korea shit you've ever seen in your life. Trump said, I seem to have great support. CNN, which I thought was fake news, but I guess is not fake news anymore, came out with a poll today that I'm at 100%. They said they have never seen a poll like that. The CNN poll said I'm at 100%. Now, of course, the poll actually said that he was at 100% with MAGA voters, which again doesn't even really make sense, I guess. But let's talk about his actual approval ratings across the country. I believe he's down to 35% overall approval rating, which is obviously one of the lowest in history. But here it is state by state.
Look at Trump's approval rating state by state. It's insanely bad. Like, there's just no other way to describe it. Dude is under 50% in Texas and Florida. Let's just start there. Then if you look at the full list of states he's under 50% in that he won, it's insane. I mean, look at some of these. South Carolina, Ohio, Indiana, Louisiana, Missouri, Iowa. He won all those states handily. But even scarier for Trump is that he's actually under 40% in some of the swing states that he won, like Georgia, where he's under 40%, North Carolina, Michigan. Dude won these states. He is in the 30s in them right now. And you wouldn't believe some of the states where he's just at 50%, where it's one of two people doesn't like him. Kansas and Nebraska.
That's
Utah.
crazy.
These are not states where you think of every two people, one is going to like Trump and one isn't. These are states where you think you're in Trump country, but you're just not. If you were to have an election today between Trump and any Democrat with even a faintly perceptible pulse, the Democrat would win that election.
I wouldn't even have to be a Democrat. It would be literally anybody. I mean, Green Party, Republican Party, Libertarian Party. We all know it wouldn't even matter. And mainly, a lot of it has to do with Trump saying psychotic shit like this. Robert Mueller passed away. What did he say? Robert Mueller just died. Good. Glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people. Well, I saw a lot of people really pissed off about the fact that that Trump tweeted that. For one, Robert Mueller obviously is a decorated combat veteran, Bronze Star Medal with Valor, Purple Heart, absolute legend in Vietnam. Was wounded and then actually went back to combat after being wounded to lead his platoon. So, yeah, what a savage. You might not like his politics. That's fine. But again, just another grizzled combat veteran that Trump hates. Not shocking. I can see why he doesn't like Robert Mueller. Robert Mueller was, again, serving in Vietnam heroically while Donald Trump, hid from it with fake bone spurs. But the reason why I tell people, don't get mad about Trump saying that. Okay. The reason why you should not get mad about Trump saying that is that just gave the entire country, including me, permission to celebrate when he croaks. Okay. So now we all get to do that freely. We don't have to worry about it. We don't have to be criticized for it. You get to, it's the most anticipated, second most anticipated obituary in the world. And since he decided that he can do that, then we can all do that. Right. So that's what I tell people. He just opened the doors to making all of that okay. So, but it is interesting. The same people that cried about, and I thought it was disgusting when they were doing it, cried about, people making fun of Charlie Kirk being killed. They're cheering this on. Same exact people, right? It's pretty bizarre. Now, let's look a little bit more. And again, CNN polls, Donald Trump says CNN is 100% accurate on their polls. Let's see what it looks like outside of MAGA.
I would say that this is the most troublesome sign that I have seen for the president of the United States and the Republican Party so far. What are we talking about? Well, let's take a look here. Voters on Trump and the cost of living. You go back when he was reelected back in October of 2024, he was beating Kamala Harris by 3 points on the cost of living, right? Look at his net approval rating now. Woo! Wow. Down underwater we go. His net approval at a record low, 41 points below water. You can't win when you're at 41 points below water on the cost of living. Kamala Harris couldn't win. The Democratic Party couldn't win. And I'm here to tell you that there's a better chance that I root for the New York Yankees than Donald Trump and the Republican Party winning when he's 41 points below water.
This was March 12th to March 16th. We could see even more, gas prices rise and prices go up in the coming days and weeks with the Iran war. So this number could get even worse. What about independence?
Yeah, what about independence?
Watch this.
You think this 41 points below water is bad? Take a look at independence. It's even worse. I mean, 60 points underwater when it comes to Trump and the cost of living among independents. Again, a record low. You go back to October of 2024. He was winning on this issue over Kamala Harris by 11 points. Look at that switcheroo. That is a 71-point switcheroo in the wrong direction for Donald Trump when we're coming to the cost of living and independence. And this, my dear friends, is just a political nightmare waiting to happen. For
71-point swing since elected in the wrong direction. So, MAGA, you should ask yourself, you're still simping for this guy. Do you think that's a good job? You think he's doing a good job? Because he's minus 61 points underwater with independents. And independents decide the elections. You guys know that, right? It's not the left and the right that decides who's elected. That's not who decides who's elected. It's independents who decide who's elected. Where are they going to sway to, the left or the right? You've got the hardcore leftists and the hardcore far right. They're never going to come across and vote the other way. It's the people in the middle, independents and moderates. They're going to make those decisions. And if you are minus 60 points underwater on an issue like affordability in the economy, you're hosed. And we're going into the midterm elections with that. So again, I'm not sure what you guys are still supporting. Like, you're living under this economy too. But I mean, I guess you're hanging in there. You know what I mean? Very, very odd. Okay. Now, just some more with Donald Trump in his psychoticness. He's going after Thomas Massie again. We know why he hates Thomas Massie, because Thomas Massie forced the release of the Epstein files. But this is what Trump had to say about a week and a half ago. I predict that representative, in quotes, as if he's not actually one. That's odd. It's like a child writing, of course. Thomas Massie will go down as the worst Republican congressman in the long and fabled history of the United States Congress. Thomas Massie will go down as the worst in history. Wow. Even worse than Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, Marjorie Taylor Greene Brown. Okay, absolute psychopath. Now that's interesting. That's interesting. Donald Trump hates Thomas Massie, but who didn't hate Thomas Massie? Oh, that's right.
See, a guy named Thomas Massie.
Thomas Massie. He's honest.
Massie's a complete and total disaster as a congressman.
He's one of my favorite members of Congress.
Frankly, as a human being.
He loves the Constitution.
This moron.
He loves liberty.
There's something wrong with him.
And he's tough.
This loser Massie, he's a real loser.
He's going to really go after the intel agencies.
I'm going to stop because it's got music there. But as you can see, Charlie Kirk loved Thomas Massie. Thought he was a great constitutionalist. Absolutely loved his politics. Interesting. I thought Charlie Kirk was the voice of MAGA. So how come Donald Trump doesn't like Massie? That seems odd. Can't be his policies. Can't be his policies. He's got almost a perfect liberty score. I believe it's 96%. We can look this up real quick. Thomas Massie, liberty score. How often he votes down conservative lines. Let's see what he's at right now. Thomas Massie, who Donald Trump says is not a conservative. Wow. Look at that. 96% A liberty score. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, isn't it? Well, what if we did Lady G? Lady G liberty score, which is Donald Trump's best friend and a great patriot. Oh, boy. There's Lady G. F. 43% of the time he votes down conservative. 42.6% of the time he votes conservative. Wow. Wow. And that's Donald Trump's guy. That's MAGA. Lindsey Graham is MAGA, right? But Thomas Massie is not. Thomas Massie is not. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Interesting. All right, here's another one. Not that don't even need to play the clip. I just think it's interesting because this, I believe, is Alex Jones' son. Oh, what? Wait. Let's play it. Let's see what Trump had to say because it looks like he's saying that taxpayers should be thanking Donald Trump. Let's see.
Everything was going great. The economy was great. Oil prices were very low. Gasoline was dropping to, I mean, we had $1.99, $1.85. We had great everything. And I saw what was happening in Iran, and I said, I hate to make this excursion, but we're going to have to do it.
He keeps saying excursion. The president of the United States, everybody, is legitimately retarded. The word is incursion, not excursion, Mr. Trump.
And I actually thought the numbers would be worse. I thought that it would go up more than it did. But we're doing this excursion, and when it's completed, we're going to have a much safer world. And
Okay. So we should be thanking Donald Trump. We should be thanking him for the high gas prices and the unaffordability. Thanking him. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, we're very, very thankful of you, buddy. We're all really happy. Okay, next, we're going to do Trump's cabinet and the people around him, but we got to do some super chats first because, my gosh, I don't want to fall too far behind. We haven't even started just because we've been cooking, all right? So we'll do super chats here for a couple minutes, jump back into the video. We're going to do all the crazy shit the Trump administration has been saying this week as well. Teresa says, I found you because of Charlie Kirk. Stayed because I don't know how to navigate this crazy batshit Israel war. 2026 is the year of plot twist. Keep us informed. From a mom of 3, dog groomer in Utah. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Glad to have you here. Peter says, have you ever looked up the actual definition of liberalism? I feel like it is demonized as communism by the right, but it actually is a philosophy for the individual and civil rights. No, not at all what Talking Modern Head said. Well, yeah, I mean, classic liberalism is, exactly what you're saying there, right? Like far leftism, socialism, communism, that gets lumped into the Democrat Party as if liberals are communists, which obviously isn't very true. Classic liberals are closer to conservatives than they are the actual modern left right now. There's very few actual liberals in the Democrat Party. Very, very few. The vast majority of them would be considered conservative. Actual conservatives, by the way, not whatever this like fucking psychotic neocon garbage is. But they do get lumped in, yeah. But I mean, the Democrat Party is just like the Republican Party. There's a bunch of different factions, right? Republican Party has moderates. It's got fucking center-left neocons. It's got America First. It's got, your Christian nationalists, whereas the left has, communism, socialism, liberalism. They have their own neoliberal, neocon shit as well. But yeah, I don't know. Who would we say is a classic liberal at this point? Classic liberal. Trying to think in politics. Somebody like Graham Plattner is going to be close to that for sure. Bernie Sanders is another. Yeah, he's teetering more towards socialist though. No, Bill Maher used to be, but Bill Maher is way off the deep end. He's pretty much a center left neocon right now too. RFK kind of used to be. Tulsi Gabbard used to be. Obama's actually a very good example of that. Obama's sort of your classic liberal. Joe Rogan is a good example of that as a classic liberal. But again, Joe Rogan's looked at as a conservative now. He's looked at as a conservative because, yeah, I mean, the parties are all over the place now. Did you see Tucker talk to an economist about how the war was bad for our greatest ally first? He turned it around immediately and said, why them first? What about thousands of people lost? I did not see that, but I will watch it. I watch most of his stuff. Mark says, God bless you, brother. Thanks for speaking the truth. Thank you, Mark. Zach says he has shown no public support. Boots on the ground, troops die. He gets support, polls back in his favor, and that's all he cares about. Yeah, the polls aren't in his favor right now, as we've seen. Every time Trump lies, his rhino goes bigger. Praying nobody gets hurt. It'd be hard to train for drones and hypersonic missiles. It is. There's not much you can do to stop a hypersonic missile. Dave says, I'm worried that with the incompetence of high leadership that we invade even some, we're going to take larger than needed casualties. I'm worried as a fellow GWA vet. Yeah. We don't even know what to expect putting boots on the ground in Iran at all. We have no idea what to expect. Why? Because, well, when we fought, so even the war I fought in Afghanistan, Iraq and Afghanistan, we didn't fight against a country that had ballistic missiles and crazy flying IED drones and shit. We just didn't. We were fighting people in sandals that didn't even have night vision goggles, right? So yeah, it's scary, man. Not that we couldn't do it. Like here's the thing. Let me be very clear. If we wanted to obliterate Iran and go in with a ground force and completely topple the regime, we could 100% we could do it. Iran can't stop the United States. Now, will it cost $5 trillion and 100,000 plus American lives to do it? Yes. But we could do it if we want to be psychos and sacrifice 100,000 young men. We could do it. I would prefer we don't do that. Okay, I'm not Lindsey Graham. Like, let's just not do that. Right? Is that, can we, like, most of us be in agreement with that? Of like, hey, let's please not do that? All for what? Our greatest ally? I'll pass on that one, personally. Hey, Nate, 27, North Carolina, near Bragg, watching 2 years. Found you a while, was considering joining, selected for Naval Flight Officer. Very cool, man. OCS later this year. Thank you for insight and service. Naval Flight Officer? All right, well, that'll be a good gig. Yeah, you know what you'd be doing right now, though. There's that. No new wars, right, guys? Yep. Wake Island Part 2. Anna says, hey, Nate, Iceland here. Oh, okay. I don't know if we've ever had anybody comment in from Iceland. Very cool. Midnight here, but up for this live. Please keep going against your administration. This has to stop for all our sakes. Love the show. You bear my fave. God bless you. Well, thank you. And yeah, hopefully we're also threatening to invade Greenland, and God forbid that also turns into threats towards you guys, because who knows at this point. Do we see a modern day Nuremberg trials? It depends on if Democrats have the balls to do it or not when they take power. We should. Will we? I don't know. Not if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Cory Booker are in charge. You won't. You're not. When John Fetterman, you're not going to see jack shit out of them. They won't do anything. Small town Texan brother. Read the lyrics to Linkin Park, Hands Held High, written for G. Just to how relevant now it was then. I probably know the song. I love Linkin Park. One of my favorite bands. Know all their songs. I forget this actual specific song though. And then 2 more, and then we're headed back in. J-Rod says it's not worth the sad mamas this is going to create. All for lies. My heart breaks for them. Not just sad mamas, sad wives, sad children, sad brothers and sisters, sad moms, sad dads. Yeah, when a service member is killed, it's pretty far reaching. Friends, teammates, fellow, people you're working with. Yeah, it's all bad. Yep. And then last one before we jump back in here. Penta, thank you very much, brother. Says Godspeed to our troops. F this regime as it stands. We're the bad guys. Love you, brother. Look, we as America are not the bad guys. I want to be very clear about this because you're seeing this. I want to make some distinctions here. You see people cheering for America to lose. I understand that sentiment because what we're doing is unjust and super fucked up. I'm not cheering for us to win or lose. I'm cheering for this bullshit to be over immediately. I don't care who wins and loses. To me, there is only losing. To me, there's no winner. Iran's not winning. The United States is not winning. The world is not winning. No one is winning. Maybe our greatest ally, but even then, for them, it's not looking great right now either. Everybody's fucking losing, and everybody will continue to lose. So that's why I don't cheer this war on, because I don't see winners anywhere. And so I just want it to be over because I would like my kids to grow up in a economy to where they can afford their fucking rent, please. That's all, right? So again, I'm not cheering for the United States to lose. I'm not cheering for the United States to win. I'm cheering for us to get the fuck out of this conflict as fast as possible. That's what you guys should be cheering for. So we can stop killing people too, right? Anyway, hopefully, but God, doesn't seem like the people in power want it to end, does it? But yeah. So again, I'm not cheering against America. I love America. It's also not America's fault. It kind of is because we voted this dipshit in power. I say we, not me. I didn't vote for him, but it sort of is our fault because we voted Trump into power. But we also got lied to. Everybody got lied to, right? Everyone was lied to, obviously. So I don't even blame Trump voters. I blame the Trump voters who are still supporting him now. You are 100,000% at fault. But former Trump voters who got tricked because he lied about everything he campaigned on, no, I'm not going to get upset about them as long as they've been smart enough to wake up and go, oh, wow, this guy fucking lied about everything, so I no longer support him. You get a thumbs up from me, right? You also see Democrats, and Democrats, you can't do this, right? You can if you want, but it's dumb to do, of former MAGA who come out and complain and say, I got tricked. I can't believe I voted for this. And you'll see people be like, we fucking told you. We're not accepting your apology. And it's like, dude, that doesn't do you any good either. That doesn't do any of us any good. If people are actually watching and paying attention and critically thinking and changing their mind based off of new information, that's what we want to have happen. We want to encourage that. Please come to our side. It's not insane over here. That's what we want. That's what we want. We don't want to belittle people because they were Trump voters. We want to encourage them to stop supporting him because he's a psychopath. That's where you should be at. Okay, let's jump in and talk about Trump's cabinet and all the psychotic, insane shit that these people have been up to. And hey, we might as well start with some comedy.
So who are you?
I'm the Secretary of Energy.
I won a contest, got to be a cabinet member. I'm the Secretary of State. The Secretary of Defense. And fun bags over there is the Attorney General.
Actually, insane how accurate that was. Hispanic Secretary of State. Just a not very smart female as the Attorney General. Donald Trump, basically the same as Terry Crews' character. If you haven't seen Idiocracy, it's one of my favorite movies. I watched that movie 20 years ago and thought it was hilarious, right? Like, we'll never see this. It's probably the most accurate movie of all time. 20 years later, looking at what the America has turned into. We have a reality. Think about this. We have a reality TV show host as the president. The Secretary of Defense, I don't call it Secretary of War, used to host Fox and Friends weekends. Like Kash Patel, Bongino, these are podcasters. That movie is literally it was foresight into the Trump administration. Somebody said it's a documentary into what we have now. Oh my God. Okay, let's look at some of this. Hey, just so you Texas, you can know. Check this out. Ted Cruz admits he played a key role in pushing Trump to launch a war with Iran just one day before it started. He told Trump that the collapse of Iran would be one of the greatest steps for America's safety. Cruz says he persuaded the president to abandon all peaceful negotiation. I urged the president to launch this attack. Okay, straight to the gallows. Straight to the gallows. Here's another psychopath, Lady G. He says, do we have him actually saying it? Here we go. Listen to Lady G say it himself.
For a fair fight. If we get in a fight, I want to win it. I want to win it quick. I'm in Miami. You see this hat? Free Cuba. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
The liberation of Cuba is upon us. It's just a matter of time now. You see this hat? Make Iran great. President Trump said the only way to make Iran great is for the people to take over. We're marching through the world. We're cleaning out the bad guys. We're going to have relationships with new people that will make us prosperous and safe. I've never seen anybody like it. This is Ronald Reagan plus.
So you guys realize we're going to attack Cuba, right? Like we all understand at this point that's going to happen. We are going to we're probably going to try to Venezuela style attack on Cuba. Like that is going to happen. Okay, I'm glad we all understand that. We're not out of the woods with this Iran shit yet, right? Who knows how long this is going to last, but don't worry. I'm sure we're going to, we probably might even do it while we're at war with Iran. You know, just screw it. Just send it. You know what I mean? Okay, now this is my favorite video of the entire week, which is Stephen Miller caught. You got to remember you're always on camera when you're in these positions. Watch him listening to Donald Trump in a, Donald Trump's psychotic rant speech. Just watch his face.
Missile capabilities were also growing so fast that it would soon have become virtually impossible to stop them. Once they have a missile, once they have what they were building. Iran's missile capabilities were also growing so fast.
Just a huge, heavy, deep sigh. Just, oh my God. Now, he's a psychopath himself, but when even he can't listen to what is spewing out of that dude's mouth, you know it's bad. Here's another one. Oh, you've probably seen this. Here's Kid Rock, everyone.
You fuck with Trump, you fuck with me.
All 155 pounds of Kid Rock. Look at all the lames Trump has on his team. Mark Levin, Kid Rock, Ben Shapiro, MAGA man.
Yeah, there it is. I love that guy. He's funny as shit. That's MAGA, dude. We're looking, everything I'm showing you, Stephen Miller, Mark Levine, Ben Shapiro, Ted Cruz, Lady G. This is them. This is the squad. It's gotten crazy, guys. It's just, we got another one from, what's his name? The little goy dork. Brinley Hollyhand. Watch this post. He says, Joe Biden checked his watch as he watched caskets of American soldiers come home. President Trump respectfully. Okay, Brinley. We're going to talk about how respectful this here is in a second. Saluted and gave his respects. Notice the difference. Yeah, I noticed Joe Biden did check his watch. That was something I obviously thought was disgusting at the time. Two wrongs don't make a right. But Donald Trump wearing a 47 merch hat at the flight line to receive dead soldiers is far more disrespectful than Joe Biden maybe have checking his watch. So no, Brinley, this is not a good example of how to be respectful to the troops. Not that little dipshit would know. Also, why isn't Brinley like 19 years old? Why isn't he joining the army and going to fight? All I see him talk about is supporting the war in Iran. You're like a 19-year-old, 20-year-old kid, right? Sign your fucking ass up and go, bro. Get. What are you doing? You notice all these MAGA influencers? None of them have served. A lot of them are young enough to serve. You don't see them signing up. Sure as shit, they ain't signing up for shit. Okay. It's wild stuff out there. All right. Now we're going to get into some. Are we at the good ones yet? Are we at good stuff yet? I got good clips, as like clips I like that are making fun of the situation. And then Okay, no, here we go. These are the last two I needed. All right, you've got Talmud Tatum is back and complaining about the fact that Sean Ryan is now left MAGA as America First and is based as hell. Old bitch tits Tatum says, they got Sean Ryan too, shaking my head. And at least somebody responded, no, nobody got Sean Ryan. He's a free thinker. He's also been to war, unlike Tatum. Again, he's talking like, how many special operators are you going to try to talk shit to? You big fat fuck? So he knows better than anyone that our government is complete bullshit. You, on the other hand, the officer Tatum, you've been bought and paid for like a street walking hooker. Yes, Apac Shakur is not having a good go of it lately. Everybody hates his guts. His YouTube channel is completely dead. Rough times, but that's what happens when you sell your soul for that $7K check. Okay, now let's listen to Laura Ingraham at a Turning Point USA rally. Did not go as well as she expected.
How many of you are satisfied? You can clap. Satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation? Clap. Okay, I told you to clap. You guys aren't listening. I'm not going to grade you on a curve.
Yeah. See, it turns out when you're not just sitting behind your Fox desk, just spouting out bullshit propaganda and you say some stupid shit in front of a crowd of people. Yeah. America's not as dumb as you think they are. Turns out she got booed when she was expecting applause. Shocker, huh? Yeah, shocker. And who the fuck would be happy with how the Epstein files have been handled? Oh my God. All right, we got to listen to MAGA get made fun of, because I'm not the only one that gives them a hard time. There's a lot of good comedy out there right now.
Supporters are like, liberals are so sensitive, and then you make one joke about Trump and they're like, shut the fuck up! Do not talk about my daddy like that! Shut the fuck up! You emotionally fragile because I'm not crying, you're crying! Trump support.
All right, here's another one.
Defends Trump's lies is because it would be humiliating to admit that they were lied to and that they were wrong. The problem is that pride is what is destroying our country and our democracy and the ideas that this country was built on. The people who voted for Trump and are now coming out and saying, you know what, I was wrong. This is all extremely bad. And now I see it. I actually respect those people.
There you go.
So much, because it takes a lot of courage to come out and say, I was wrong about this. It's much easier to sit on the left right now and say, hey, we said all of this was going to happen and we were right. That's not fucking hard. What's hard is saying, hey, I thought this was going to work and it didn't. And now I want to figure out what we need to do to get things back to a place where they're in a good spot and this country can function well and people can engage with each other. But all of the individuals who cannot put their pride down, they cannot look at real facts, and they stick to all of these ideas that are complete nonsense. They are the ones that are hurting this country more than Trump himself.
So to caveat, I mean, that's incredibly well put right there. To caveat that, this is really what you have with the MAGA that's still MAGA, right? Here's what it is. It's cognitive dissonance, okay? And really what it is they all know. They like, I would say probably 99% of MAGA, maybe not that high, 90%. You got the 10% that are just absolutely the dumbest people on the planet. 90% of MAGA knows they were lied to. They know what Trump ran on. They know what he campaigned on. We all know. We were all here together. He campaigned on no new foreign wars, no new foreign entanglements, no more regime change bullshit, a good economy, low gas prices, releasing the Epstein files. We know. We know what he ran on. He did the opposite of all of those. They know that. But what they can't do, because they've tied who they are as a person, and this is why you should never tie yourself to politics, tribalism, right? It's tribalism, classic type. It's just the same as people that are insanely over the top about sports teams, okay? They know they're wrong. They know Trump is destroying everything. But because they themselves have spent 10 years telling everybody how right they were and how they're MAGA, now they can't back out, right? They can't do what he said, was just the basics of just coming out and saying, you know what? I was lied to. I was wrong. I no longer support this guy. Now huge swaths of conservatives have obviously already done that. That's the lingering MAGA base right now. The vast majority of it, and they're in this chat right now. There's tons of them in this chat right now who are fucking furious that I'm saying it because they know deep down inside them that it's true what I'm saying. And they fucking hate themselves for it. They hate themselves that they're such cowards, right? They're so intellectually lazy that they can't just stop and go, you know what? Hey, this orange fucking dipshit, he lied to me. He fooled me. I fell for it. It is what it is. I'm not going to support this shit anymore. I promise you, it's very freeing once you do it. I did it. I mean, I never voted for the guy. I never really supported him, but I supported a lot of Trump's policies in the first term that I thought were good, which I thought were pretty good back then. Obviously, that's all changed. But you know, for me, once he came out, and what the Epstein files for me was the nail in the coffin, right? When he came out and said, if you're still talking about the Epstein files, you're not a supporter of mine. Okay, boom, nail it in the coffin, right? I don't support pedophiles. That's another big one, right? Is I'm not going to support a guy who knows a pedophile. Just not going to do it. And so you would think, especially grown men, you see other grown men supporting a guy they know is a pedophile. Ugh. That's how tribalistic you are. And if you're in the chat, think about that. I don't know how you look at yourself in the mirror as a man, as a MAGA supporter, as a man right now in 2026, after the Epstein files. I hope you don't have daughters. I really hope you don't have daughters. Because that's rough, man. That's rough. That's rough, right? And again, you can do it. I promise you can do it. You can just admit you're wrong. I do it all the time. I do it all the time. I just did it with Tony Aguilar. Had him on my show. I was wrong. Said it to him face. I'm sorry. I was wrong, man. It's not that hard, I promise. And people respect you way more for it. What they don't respect is people that simp for pedophiles, right? So you make those decisions for yourself. Hopefully this reaches, because we know we got probably 1,000 MAGA in here that just are hate watching. Hopefully you actually take that, internalize it, maybe look in the mirror later tonight and go, you know what? Not a great look for me. I'm gonna go ahead and cut the bullshit and stop lying to myself as well. You know, hopefully that reaches at least somebody. Not tons of people, thank God, have abandoned ship. But and here's another caveat to what I was talking about along those same lines.
Only way for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. What's happening right now in our country should unite all of us. Not left, not right, not red, not blue. It's the everyday man versus a protected class that has been lying to us for decades. Democrats were involved, Republicans were involved, and both sides have spent years covering it up. This isn't even debatable anymore. Just because someone's name is on a list or an email doesn't automatically make them a pedophile. But every single one of those motherfuckers knew exactly what was going on. They stayed quiet. They protected the power and the institutions instead of the children. That makes them guilty, every single one of them. And for years, they told us we were crazy. Conspiracy theorists, dangerous, unhinged, Pizzagate, COVID, JFK, MLK, Russiagate, MK Ultra, the World Trade Center, Charlie Kirk, Mossad. And every time it's the exact same playbook. Mock, discredit, bury, gaslight. Turns out the people asking the questions weren't insane. They were early. Modern day prophets don't wear robes and they don't wear suits. They get banned, they get shadow banned, they get canceled, they get laughed at. There is a line in the scriptures that the truth shall be shouted from the rooftops. The only reason why this has come out is because people didn't let up, because a lot of us refused to go to sleep. And those of you who refused to remain silent, who spoke up, regardless of the cost, I salute you. You're the true watchman. But for way too long, too many people have been going around like they're in a gosh damn Enya video. Docile as Hindu cows. I can't tell you how many comments I've read on a post I put up this morning about how we should just stop talking about it. Who cares? What do you mean, who cares? Our world is run by a ring of pedophiles. That doesn't matter to you. That's not important. You're the problem.
And I want you to think about what demographic is fighting against everything he just said. What demographic is trying to cover up the Epstein files? What demographic tried to shut you up for even bringing it up? What demographic told you to shut up about Charlie Kirk? What demographic is telling you to shut up about protesting the Iran war? Do you notice how it's the exact same people for all of those? All of those things. It's MAGA. It's MAGA. They're the ones doing all of that. And again, that's my point. As a man, as a man, you are simping for some politician you've never fucking met over American children that were trafficked and raped. And I just don't know how you look at yourself in the mirror as a man supporting MAGA. It's again, you will be judged. You better all these Christians, they're all evangelicals too. Isn't that another bizarre thing? Just a bunch of, well, they're Christian Zionists. All of them are also Christian Zionists, isn't it? Also, isn't that also the same? Isn't that bizarre? Isn't that bizarre? You know, but you will be judged, not by me. Well, I'll judge you. I think you're a piece of shit, all of you, literally 100% of you. But you'll be judged by your creator for it. You will. You think you're going to show up to the pearly gates? God's going to let you in when you try to protect pedophiles, a pedophile ring that was raping little children? Yeah, I don't think so. You'll pay the price eventually. I'm confident in that. Okay, let's keep moving. We got the Mooch. The Mooch. You know, the more I watch the Mooch, the more I like him. I got to tell you. I wasn't a fan, years and years ago, but the more I watch him, the more I like him.
Trump once told me about his base. He said, you guys on Wall Street are a bunch of imbeciles. I said, okay, why is that? He said, well, you're a social liberal and you're a fiscal conservative. I said, that's true. That's how I see myself.
Yeah, and that's how I see myself. Exactly. Exact same way. I think a lot of people are. I am a fiscal I've told you guys that before. Fiscal conservative, social liberal, or social libertarian, I guess you could say.
Socially inclusive, fiscally responsible. He goes, yeah, you're a dummy. You know what my base is? No, what's your base, Mr. Trump? My base is socially conservative and fiscally liberal. He understands his base better than you do.
That's MAGA.
Better than I do, frankly. And
that is MAGA. That is the best. I call them center-left neocons, but that is the best description for MAGA anybody has ever put out. They are fiscal liberals, right? Adding $1 trillion to the debt every 155 days. They love that. And then they are social conservatives. It's perfect. It's backwards. Like it was so bizarre, right? Because now they're the worst. They're the worst of both, which is just a bizarre way to do it. But yeah, that's as Republicans, that's what they are. So when you're thinking about that, that's the best way they've been, that MAGA has been described that I've ever seen by anybody. So well done to that one. You also, we got Christie. I don't even remember what he was saying here. What did Christie have to say here? God, he was right, man. He was right before everybody about Trump, too.
Trump is in the midst of committing political suicide. We're watching it. I had a political science professor in college who, when I was graduating, said to me, you're going to run for office someday, and you're going to be really good at this. So just remember one lesson. When your adversary is in the midst of committing suicide, there's no reason to commit murder. The result is the same. And Democrats can't understand this. The suicide is in progress, and the Democrats can't stop talking about Trump. What will happen is he will get worse after the midterms. Anybody who's been in an executive government position and you're in your last 2 years of your 8 knows what it's like. You, for 6 years, are the focus. And in the last 2 years, they're looking to who's next.
This is very good point he's about to make here.
He can't imagine that. He cannot imagine not being the center of every conversation, not being the center of every room that he walks into. Can you imagine when they have the first presidential debates for 2028 and he's not on the stage and millions of people are watching other politicians? It's going to lead him to be crazier than he is right now. And so all those things will contribute to people going, okay, I've had enough. Donald Trump is in the
That's a great point. He is so egotistical. He's not going to be able to handle after the midterms. You're going to see the Republicans start to throw their name in the hat for who's going to run, and he is going to fucking hate that. And he is going to lash out and be over the top. And God, could he be any crazier? Now, again, I do believe he's going to get impeached, 27 times in 2 years, probably. Who knows if it actually goes through? But that is a scary thought. It is a scary thought of, where he's coming from. Here's some more just hilarious ones, right? Graham Allen, the dude who wears all that makeup and wears the TikTok filter so high that he doesn't even have eyelashes. We know him. He was the one that was behind the big smear campaign on Candace Owens, and he got caught by that whistleblower. So the Patriotic Blonde, I love her channel, by the way. If you don't follow her on Twitter, it's fantastic. She said, y'all are making these too easy. Hey, Graham Allen, this you? Graham Allen in 25? June 13th, 25. Israel can handle its own business and good on them for doing so. It has nothing to do with the United States of America. Bold. No war with Iran. We have foreign invaders on our own soil that must be dealt with. America first. Oh, that wasn't even that long ago. That wasn't even a year ago, Graham. What happened? What happened, dude? Oh, that Hasbro money. It hit, huh? And it changes things, doesn't it? That money changes things quick, doesn't it? Oh, that wasn't even that long ago, was it? That was in June. Was that 8 months ago? Ooh. That Zio Cash, baby. That Zio Cash must just taste different. It must hit different, baby. Woo! I can't imagine. All right, what do we got? What do we got next? All right. I have no idea what we're about to get here. I prepared this for a reason. Oh, this is scary. This is always scary when I don't know what clip I'm about to play, and it's of Nick. Because, yeah, he can say some things not okay for YouTube. All right, here we go. Let's find out.
Done complaining. I want to get organized. I want to get mobilized. I want to put the fear of God in these Republicans.
Ooh, I like this.
That think they can betray us. I want them to see me as their worst enemy in 26 and say, you're going to...
That's me too. Everybody's like, you're going to cost Republicans the midterms. Good. I hope so. I'm not a fucking Republican.
Throw it for us. You're going to lose the midterms. Yeah. You better start thinking that way because we will fucking throw it for you if you don't get your act together. They've deported nobody. They buried the Epstein files. They bombed Iran. They just gave another $100 billion to Ukraine, and you're going to vote for them again? Seriously? I want the GOP to hate me. I want them to be worried about what we're going to do. They think we're going to throw the election good. Maybe they'll do something for us.
Yep.
For the first time ever. Going and voting Republican every time is not politics. That is slavery.
There you go.
It's time for us to change our posture. Instead of leaning forward, I hope the Republicans win. Let's lean back. Let's lean back and say, hey, country's fucked either way. You want me to vote? What are you going to do for me?
Yup. I mean, that was cooking. That was cooking on that one. Woo! Yeah, somebody said Black Hawk Down music. That's it. It was dramatic. That was a dramatic clip. I love that. All right, one more from Nick. I think I know what this one is. Okay.
You look at Trump and it's like, I don't know you. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you are. You are demonic. You are a demonic force. And what's really freaky is now he's always talking about going to heaven. I'm not going to heaven. Yeah, I think you might be right about that because you are a demonic force. You are a liar. You are diabolical. You are a traitor. You look at Trump and
that's pretty scorched earth. Yeah, I mean, you gonna disagree with anything he just said in the last two clips? I'm not going to. Don't agree with everything he says. But I mean, here's the thing. How bad is it when Tim Pool is responding and talking shit about Trump? Because Donald Trump left this absolutely unhinged rant about when our greatest ally bombed something they shouldn't have. And even Tim Pool said, this is fucking embarrassing. Holy shit. That's how bad it's gotten. When Tim Pool is capitulating, holy shit. We got another one. Joe Rogan has also capitulated. Says Joe Rogan slams Trump war as insane. Says supporters feel deeply betrayed. Yes. Yes, they do. Hold on one sec. Good. All right, here we go.
Seems stable everywhere. Everywhere in the world seems fucked right now. Like this is in all of my years, this seems the most unstable globally.
Mm-hmm.
Like I never worried that the UK was going to be like complete chaos, arresting 12,000 people for social media posts and abandoning trial by jury, all that shit. I never thought the Ukraine-Russia war would go on this long. Never thought. Never thought they would.
I did. Of course. I don't know why Joe is so confused. What are you confused about? Look at the people who are in charge. Look who's in charge of the free world. Donald Trump is in charge of the free world. America is still in charge of the free world. I mean, we can't be that surprised why the world is absolutely burning down around us. You know, at least I'm not surprised. I mean, I guess some people are. Oh my God, the next clip is my favorite clip I have. One of my favorite clips prepared for the show. Another a Tim Dillon remix. Somebody made a music remix of Tim Dillon that we're going to do next. All right. We're jumping into Democrats next. Okay. So let me hit a couple super chats so we don't fall so far behind, and then we're going to keep moving. Okay. Thank you from Grants Pass, Oregon. Hell yeah. I'm down in Grants Pass every once in a while. We need more vets that are willing to speak up. Keep at it, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you. General Wes Clark's comments on the 7 Middle East countries should be unbearably loud and ringing in the ears of anyone 35 and stand up. Here we go again. Yes, the clean break strategy. There it is. The 7 Middle Eastern countries that Benjamin Netanyahu begged us to topple. We got one left, and it's Iran, if you didn't know that. I have heard about the Danes wanting to build an airfield and nuke another place in Greenland in case of U.S. invasion. Yes, the Danish are actually legitimately preparing for if the United States tries to forcefully invade and take Greenland. That's how insane the world is right now. Could 82nd do a nighttime hey-ho jumps to provide? No, so 82nd does do, well, I think their LURS units do hey-ho. But no, 82nd is doing static line. So you're not mass jumping hey-hos. Hey-hos are for special operations typically. There are a few other units, I think. And maybe 82nd probably has some units. Somebody in the 82nd will probably be able to give us a little bit better information on that. I think their LURS units have said Halo and not Hey-Ho for LURS. Oh, so they don't do Hey-Hos. Yeah, Hey-Hos are actually harder than Halos, by the way. For like much harder for. And now that sounds crazy because let me explain the difference for everybody who's listening. Halo means high altitude, low opening. That's your like typical skydiving. You jump out at 13,000 feet, you free fall for a minute, you pull your parachute, just like civilian skydiving. Hey-Ho is high altitude, high opening. What that is kind of like the video I've showed you guys before where you dive out. You dive out, you turn on the hill, it's called, and you immediately pull your parachute after like 2 seconds, maybe 2-3 seconds. And then everybody is under canopy up at, anywhere from 18,000 or higher feet or below. Anywhere. Typically, I think the highest jump I did was 18,000 feet. Hey-ho. And then you're under canopy, right, under your parachutes, and then you can fly under your parachutes for like 20 miles, and you can do that in the dark, and that way you can travel massive distances under canopy, makes no sound, they can't hear any aircraft coming in, so that's the two difference. But Hey-Ho is much harder to do, much harder to do, and to do well, especially at night with a team, so got to make sense. But yeah, so there you go. I figured the LURS units probably had some dudes that were doing military free fall. But what the 82nd Airborne does is flies about 1,000 feet above the ground, or 900, probably even lower in some cases. In the 82nd, guys, tell me how low you guys have ever jumped out from. I think anywhere from like 700 feet and above. They actually fly out, and they have what's called static line. Static line's actually hooked to their parachute, so they just jump out standing up. And the parachute's automatically pulled, and you can mass jump. I mean, you can jump hundreds to thousands of dudes with planes, and that's how we did it in World War II. So that's what the 82nd does. And so they're jumping out from like 1,000 feet above the ground, and so you jump out and like airborne. It's called airborne qualified. You jump out, your chute gets pulled, and you're gonna hit the ground in like 30 seconds. So it's fast. It's scary and it's fast. Yeah, static line jumping to me is 10 times scarier than military free fall. But that's the way. So those are the three different versions of military jumps, you could say. So yeah, that's the way they would do it with the 82nd. So no, you wouldn't use the 82nd for this. You'd use Delta Force for this, or Green Berets for this, SEALs for this, Rangers for this are all the units that are DevGru, CCTs, Air Force PJs, all of the special operations units are the ones doing that type of stuff. And yeah, that was this plaque up here. No, the plaque down here was when I was on a military free fall team. So that's what we did. Okay. 100% there'll be boots on the ground before 2027. If the war does not end by 2027, there will 100% be boots on the ground by 2027. I agree with you on that. I still don't know if we're going to see Trump, pull out and surrender or do what or whatever he's going to do. But I would agree if we're still in this conflict by then, a year from now, I'd agree with you on that. Teresa says, P.S. My brother said the other day that he feels like we are running out of enemies. I wonder if I shifted timelines. It's lonely in the truth. We're running out of allies, not enemies. We are gathering enemies in a hurry, I would say. But allies we're running out. This case, Marines from San Diego already deployed. Yep. Okinawa base deployed. Yep. The 31st MEU. Air Force and Marines are there. Where are they going if they don't already have boots on the ground? Okay, so, well, your Marines are on ships. Okay, they're on naval ships. So that's where they are. Air Force probably stationed in, I don't know. I could make some phone calls to figure out where people are stationed. Not in Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia anymore. I would guess probably Iraq is probably where, Iraq, I would bet, because we still control a lot of bases in Iraq. So I would say probably majority of like Air Force, Army are going to be on bases in Iraq would be my. But that's speculation on my part for now. I believe this will be the end of us, or believe that this will be the end of the United States dollar. We won't comply with the digital currency. All right, 2 more and we're jumping back in. I pray that soldier makes it home and gets to have his tattoo finished. Yes, absolutely. In the Marine Corps, we call it an air alert. What's it called in the Army? We just call it a recall. I don't know if there's a specific term in the 82nd. I'm sure there is. Any 82nd Airborne? Any 82nd Airborne guys in here? What your actual recall is? If it's called if you're actually going to get like deployed within 24 hours. I was never in the 82nd, so I'm not sure. I'm sure there's a term for it. Muster. No, it's not a muster, is it? Isn't a muster a Navy thing? We always just call it a recall. So anyway, if there's some special word for it, maybe somebody said check the poll. All right. It's not loaded. Can't see my. Just refresh that. Oh my God. Sometimes, man. Oh, there we go. All right, poll. Do you think we'll put boots on the ground? 67% said yes. 33% said no. Yeah, who knows at this point? It's a crapshoot, right? That's not an easy one. That's not who knows? It could definitely be either one. Both of those. I like 50-50 could have definitely been a fair poll. Like definitely been a fair poll. Just because of how wild everything is. Okay, let's do it. Let's jump in. We're doing Democrats first. Okay, if you haven't seen this remix of Tim Dillon talking about Hillary and Bill Clinton, it's worth a watch. So here we go. I don't know who did this, but Cracka Miko rap. Cracka Miko rap, maybe? Here we go.
The thing Hillary Clinton has left to live for right now is to destroy Donald Trump. If Bill Clinton got up and was like, we write all the Bible, we hide the Bibles, we write the Bibles, 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 we hide the Bibles, we write the Bibles. Trump did it, we did it, you did it, we did it. Trump did it, we did it, you did it, we did it. We fed that woman to the shark. We fed that woman to the shark. We fed her to the shark. Remember, we fed her to the shark. We did it, you did it, we did it. Trump did it, we did it, you did it, we did it.
They did it, yeah they did it. Donnie T and Hillary Bill Clinton, they was killing and nibbling them children. Reptilians hiding behind billions. Got the government covering, concealing all the worst fears we feel about these villains. Heart race, duct tape, ripping off the pizza floodgates. Better get Melinda penicillin. Hillary, you can leave a home cause you need a bone. Hit the steamy phone and get Lolita flown. Brother Jeff will spot you some adrenochrome. Bet your mouth gon' water when you see the dome. She can let it slaughter. Who's your man? Sleight of hand, Bad Bunny or the Kid Rock. Keep your eye on your car while your Hollywood start spending mad money on that kick. You think Trump ain't involved?
Okay. All right. I don't know what else is coming after that. Anyway. Anyway, the Tim Dillon part of that's the biggest part to me. Let's talk about what's going on with Democrats. I don't even know if you can call this guy a Democrat yet, but or anymore. But oh my God, John Fetterman. He is not doing well poll wise in Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at how he's doing in his own state.
A larger story, Mr. Berman. And I would just say that John Fetterman is doing as well with Pennsylvania Democrats as the New York Giants are as liked in the state of Pennsylvania or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I mean, just look at this.
Oh, my
Among
God.
Pennsylvania Democrats and net approval of Fetterman. Back in 2023, he was a Democrat liberal darling. He was at plus 68 points. Look at how low he has fallen down to negative 40 points. He's down there with the Titanic among Democrats in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And, you know, put a comparison point on, you know, we always talk about how Chuck Schumer is not well liked by the Democratic base nationwide. Chuck Schumer has a net popularity rating of about -2 points. He is 38 points more popular than John Fetterman is with Pennsylvania Democrats. And I was also looking at Kristen Sinema, who, of course, ended up leaving the Democratic Party in Arizona. She was considerably more popular just before she shifted over than John Fetterman is at -40 points.
Is this a 108-point swing?
This is an 108-point swing.
Yeah, so Democrats do not like John Fetterman at all, which kind of makes sense because he's voting down like hardcore MAGA lines, like MAGA Republican lines. I don't know what happened other than he had a stroke, which there's a lot of jokes going around in the Democrat world that, you know, John Fetterman, you know, had a stroke and then turned Republican. So what are they saying? It's like, that shows brain damage turns you into Republican. I don't know about that one. I think that's a little, I don't think Democrats are much better, but they hate him. Oh my God, Democrats hate him. All right, let's talk about, well, we might as well, I don't know what she is at this point. Is she a Democrat? Is she not a Democrat? But let's listen to Sauger talk about how he feels betrayed by Tulsi.
How many times we interviewed this woman? A lot, right?
Yeah.
Sat across from the desk, looked in the eyes. What did she always talk about? Being an Iraqi, a medic in Iraq, right? She talked about brothers and sisters. I believed it. Maybe I'm super naive. I believed it when I looked her in the eyes and she would talk about that. I mean, she took a lot of shit. She went to Syria to meet with Assad. It was like, you know, basically got forced out of Congress, had the whole donor machine. Hillary called her a traitor. Like, she suffered politically. And so to go from that, and then, by the way, can we put E2 up on the screen here, where she literally was selling T-shirts saying no.
Yeah,
war
look at
with
that.
Iran.
Look at
You know,
that.
when we first started rising, I'd go around the country. I would meet a lot of Tulsi people, right? She spoke to a lot of folks whenever it came to the no war, anti-war position. She went on Rogan, the no war with Iran t-shirt. Like, this was a real constituency. And I remember meeting a lot of these people across the country. So now to have her as the director of national intelligence in the Situation Room while the war with Iran launches, it's unbelievable. Then let's take the vice president. I mean, did you hear what he said there about it would not be in our interest? I used to think he believed that. Who the hell knows now? But secondary was that whole thing about Kamala, who likes, that's literally how Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth are acting right now.
Yeah.
Pete Hegseth is literally acting like a movie character
Yeah.
whenever he's like, we are winning, and well, screw you, media, for reporting on the deaths of American soldiers. Donald Trump is like, Iran is 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Clearly, he loves the theater of limited military operations, which are now spiraling out of control. It's like, oh my God. I mean, look, again, you know, you could say I told you so, and that's fair, certainly at this point. But I don't know. I mean, are we just never supposed to believe any politician?
Well, there you go. You finally figured it out, Sauger, there at the end. Correct. You should not trust any politicians. Not a single fucking one of them. Even the ones you think, like Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard have integrity, right? Even she, you find out, is a giant fraudulent grifter, you know? So that's why there's no point. Left, right, or center, don't believe any of them. Now, this is interesting. Let's listen to what Joe had to say about Bibi trying to get him into the war with Iran.
I said, you can't be carpet bombing these communities. And he said to me, well, you did it. You carpet bomb, not his exact words, but you carpet bomb Berlin. You dropped a nuclear weapon. You killed thousands of innocent people because you had to in order to win a war. But that's why we came up with the UN. New deals by which what we would do relative to civilians and military. So he was comparing 21st century war tactics, battle tactics, with World War II. Well, what he was really doing is he was going after me for saying you can't indiscriminately bomb civilian areas.
Think about that. Netanyahu told President Biden, when asked or when told you can't just slaughter civilians, said, well, I'm going to because you did it. Wow. Now, I'm not giving Biden any leeway because Gaza happened under his watch, right? The genocide in Gaza happened under his and Kamala's watch. So he gets no pauses. But at least he can come out and say the obvious and tell the truth about that. You know? So again, he was no better when it comes to stopping that conflict or war, genocide, ethnic cleansing, whatever we want to call it at this point. It's all of the above. But yeah, at least he could tell the truth about him. Okay. Ooh, we got the final section here. Got to make sure these ones are okay. I mean, they're all fine. It's just excuse me. You know, you're not allowed to talk about some things on social media. All right, let's talk about you know what we're going to talk. Here we go.
At some point, the United States has to get Bibi under control. Sorry, it's not anti-Semitism. This is a head of state whose decisions are getting Americans killed and affecting the history of the world and the fortunes, but also the future of the United States. The United States has to say to the government of Israel, you are not in charge. And no president since John F. Kennedy has been willing to say that, but no administration has paid a higher cost for going along than the current administration.
That's definitely true. These are some interesting takes here. You can see from this guy, he said, within about 18 months, I have gone from a full-fledged Zionist who cheered on everything Israel is doing to pretty much the complete and total opposite. The person said, I followed the same arc. And this is almost the exact same, almost me to a T. So that's why I thought this was interesting, seeing other people also think this same thing. That I followed the same arc. Two things flipped to me: Gaza destruction, anyone imposing the destruction being called an anti-Semite. Yeah, those were two very obvious things there. Then everything else looked different, and I saw what was going on. Spent 50 years of my life blind to it. Feel like a moron now. And that, yeah, I mean, I agree with that. It wasn't until after October 7th that I figured things out. I was super big supporter of Israel, especially back when I was serving. I mean, because I didn't even know any better, right? I didn't think anything about it. I just was raised, like all of us in America, to believe that that's our ally and we're supposed to support them. And then, obviously, those two things, those were the two big things for, I think, most people. One was watching a genocide, and then two was being called anti-Semitic if you protested that. Those two things, I think, woke up the world, the entire world. And I've talked about this before. What a misstep and miscalculation by Israel. What a massive miscalculation. Massive miscalculation. They could have continued the propaganda and, handled October 7th the right way, and they would have been the darling of the world. And we would have continued on with the propaganda and the Islamophobia as if, and probably this war in Iran would have probably had pretty high approval rating. But they boloed it. They blew it. They blew it. They showed everybody who they actually are. And that's why I'll show you this statistic now. These are the actual numbers of support. I mean, it's just abysmal. Abysmal. This is young voters' views on Israel turned sharply, leading decline across age ranges. 18 to 34, only 13%. 13% of people age 18 to 34 years old have a positive outlook. 23% say neutral. 63% have a negative. Okay? And you have ages 35 to 49, only 20%. I mean, that's down from 34. But again, if you add in 34 and 32, right, that's only a 33% negative. And that's in 2023. This is pretty recent. And then what happens? You go down to the boomers. And what happens with the boomers? 55 positive, 24 neutral, only 21% disapprove. And that's actually up, though, right? These are up. Even the boomers are moving. Only 12%, right? 21% said negative. So the point with that is that they know they're on borrowed time. 10 years from now, when the boomers are gone, it's going to be a very, very different playing field politically, foreign policy wise. And this is also why they're trying to get all this done right now. They're trying to finish the Greater Israel Project now because they have Trump in power. It's probably the last time they're going to have this type of support politically. So they got to get it done. And so that's why we're seeing what we're seeing. I mean, it's not that complicated. We like to pretend that this is super complicated. It's really not complicated. It's all pretty obvious. But you can see by those massively dwindling support numbers being led by Gen Z. It is what it is. If you guys didn't know, while this is going on, Israel is just slaughtering people in Lebanon, by the way. They have another war they just started in Lebanon. Did you guys know this was happening? Because it is. These people can't stop bombing literally everybody. Literally everyone. They just refuse to stop. It's painful out here. All right. One more I wanted to show you guys. I don't know if you've seen this. I didn't even know about this until I saw this Tucker Carlson clip. See if you guys have heard about this. The golden pager that Netanyahu gave Trump. This is insane.
The golden pager that was given to President Trump. You have these exploding pagers used to kill terrorists. Obviously, that's not the only people who were killed, but nonetheless, that was their purpose. And then one is delivered to Trump. It can obviously be read as a threat. Why?
I think it was received that way, too.
You do?
I do.
You're not making me feel better.
I did not know that Netanyahu gave him a framed golden pager. One of the pagers that they used to assassinate shit tons of people with. That is pretty wild. I mean, that's obviously a threat. Like, what else would that be? Why would you give me a golden version of something used to assassinate people with? As a gift to me, as the president of the United States? Somebody said that's mafia shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's a scary message right there. Scary, scary message, ladies. Okay. All right, I think we did it. I had a couple more, and then looking at them, I don't know if we want to play those ones while we're on YouTube. Is what it is. Okay, we did it. Still have a ton of people in here. Oh my gosh, giant show tonight. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Hope you guys had an entertaining one on this one. We are going to now move into, of course, the super chats. We always take our mid-show break here, take about 90 seconds, use the bathroom. I refill my drinks, but I've just been drinking water tonight. And then, we'll be back. We'll hit the super. So thank you all so much, everybody who was here for the entire show. Love you guys. If that's all you were here for, cool. And if not, then we're going to get into the super chats. All right. Get into the super chats. All right, let's take a 90-second break, and then we will be back. I think this time I can actually do our waiting screen this time. All right, here we go. Let's do it. I'll be back in about 2 minutes or less. Oh. There we go.
Blood on the snow, name on the shields, night in my veins, storm in my ears, wolves trace our steps, God's count our kill. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. like white smoke. Eyes on the shore, fire in the dark, oath on my tongue, salt on my cloak. If this is the end, let it leave a mark. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. If I do
She actually finally showed up for a little bit. Inch. Let's see if she'll stay. Usually won't.
For the glory, let my children hear the shout.
Maybe. She usually tries to get on the computer because it's warm. She's out of here. She said, nope. Doing stuff.
Every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for.
And we're back. We're back. We got a little bit of a Munchkin appearance there. She was out there laying on her heating pad. She's a half Scottish fold, half Munchkin cat. Scottish. We're getting another one, by the way. We're getting a second Munchkin. Soon. Okay. We did it. We're back. Thank you all. Let's hit the super chats. Let's do it. Oh, let's do we got to check Rumble. We had some supers over on Rumble. So let's do that first. Hit our Rumble supers. And I gotta pull this up though. Nope. Moved. Up Rumble. All right. Let's hit some Rumble supers. Okay, here we go. Landmine Hopscotch says, hey, Nate, how do generals feel about taking dipshit orders from Secretary of Liquor Cabinet Pete Daniels? I don't know, man. I was never a general. I was an NCO, so I'm not sure, but I can't imagine they're very happy about it, especially, considering he was a, non-Ranger tabbed National Guard major. So probably not great. All right, there was another one. Mac says, make PDFs swing again. Ooh, that's a JD delay one. I think I saw JD in here earlier. McMoat says, there's theories about the entire conflict, undeclared war. One theory is a four-way, including China. Theory concludes that Trump was looking to the end the juice box mafia. You think this is some 7D chess where he's destroying our greatest ally? Ooh, that's some serious 7D chess. Iran requested to talk directly with Vance. That also is not true. Donald Trump even said that was not today. They tried to. I'll tell you the story of what happened with that once we get done with the supers. All right, and Trap says Fox News 4 hours ago Trump received a gift from Iran. Now wants to make a deal. Sure he did. That's not true. Well, I mean, I'm sure he's going to say it's true. Dave Smith absolutely destroyed Adam from Patrick Bet David on Piers Morgan today. I need to see that. And then last one, Coopwin says Ranger School promo, dumb looking tiger thumbnail. It's old YouTube, so it's edgy short vid. Please watch. Also, Antelope Story. Yeah, we got to do that one eventually. I think we're going to do a members only, or start doing members only live streams. And that'll be just like we sit down, we just talk, we tell stories, we hang out. So we're probably going to start doing those pretty soon. They won't be like, they'll be a little bit different than, the regular shows where we're like hyper focused on this stuff. We'll just hang out as a community and shoot the shit. All right. So we're going to start those pretty soon as well. We'll do that then. Okay. Now let's hit the supers here. Oh, the story of JD Vance. So here's what happened. So JD Vance's team leaked to the media that JD Vance was leading negotiations for a ceasefire with Iran because he wants to be seen as the guy who's anti-war, who's stopping the war. The problem was they asked Donald Trump today about that rumor. They asked Donald Trump. So it was leaked JD Vance is leading the ceasefire negotiations with Iran, and Donald Trump literally goes, Yeah, no, actually, Marco Rubio's leading them, and like JD Vance sort of has some stuff to do with it too. And it's like, oh God, dude, just immediately drug by Trump. Just JD didn't even give JD Vance an hour of positive PR before Donald Trump was like, nah, fuck Vance, dude. I mean, you guys know JD Vance and Trump hate each other, right? You guys are aware that they hate each other's guts. I mean, you should know that by now with JD Vance. That's a never Trumper for 10 years. Hopefully you guys realize that. So I can't imagine what that relationship is behind closed doors, but not great. Not great. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, initially before Christ. They aren't going for Karg Island. They're going to land in Baluchistan in southern Iran to try and start an insurgency with local Sunni. Okay, so you got to understand, you would use Green Berets for this. You would not use the 82nd Airborne, and so no. 82nd Airborne and the Marine Mu units don't do counterinsurgency. They don't do coin, brother. That's our jobs as Green Berets. You would have Green Berets go in if that's what was happening. It's specifically our job as Green Berets, us and the CIA. MARSOC maybe a little bit here and there, but us as Green Berets, that is specifically our mission set. No one else does it. Maybe I'm naive, but I hope Karg Island is a decoy. Me too. And not that our guys are safe anywhere, but all this focus on Karg has to be a setup, or are we really this dumb? I don't put it past anybody for anything at this point. But yeah, I agree with you. I hope it's a feint. Hardway says, not though the soldier knew someone had blundered, there's not to make reply, there's not to reason why. This is brutal, brother. There's but to do and die into the Valley of Death Road, the 600. Lord Tennyson. All right. Thank you. That's like old English. Bapper says, JFK, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you will do for your country. Trump admin in Congress, ask what you will do for our greatest out. Kind of what it feels like. Edie, big $50 donation. Thank you very much. It's very generous of you. Master plan is to feed our most elite units into a grinder for what? Good point. We can't intercept all the drones and missiles already. Shorten intercept times by moving closer and making it 10 times harder. This feels like Afghanistan when they put cops in valleys. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, again, I don't know. Again, I'm hoping that it's some type of feint. They're threatening to do it. That way they can try to make some peace broker. I don't know at this point, guys. You know why I don't know is because Donald Trump doesn't even know. And that's part of the problem. I think he wakes up day by day and just kind of makes decisions on the fly. Just straight from the, seat of his pants, just fucking doing whatever. Pretty sure that's what we're doing right now. It's pretty scary. People fell for a crooked billionaire like he was one of them. You don't get that rich without doing a lot of bad things. That's a good point, too. Karg is fake with the United States Marine Corps. Real targets is the oil fields with the 82nd. Yeah, why are you sending 82nd Airborne troops into oil fields? For what? What are they going to do in the oil fields? What are paratroopers going to do in oil fields? And I'm not trying to be rude, but okay, we're going to send 82nd to go to the oil fields? Okay. Interesting strategy. I'm not sure what that does for us, but for them to just get blown up, I guess. All right. Lindsay's dumbass, Lady G's dumbass, said we just needed to take the island and take their resources like it's that easy. These are morons sending peeps to die. Well, again, Lady G was a JAG officer in the Air Force, so he's never been around any type of real strategy when it comes to stuff. I don't know why we're listening to Lindsey Graham to begin with. Zach says, how does the MEU get close enough to deploy the AAV and LSATs which transport the Marines and logistics? If they pass the strait, they'll just be hit there. What's going on? I don't know, man. If I'm Iran, I don't attack them when they're coming up to the island. I let them deploy all their troops there. And then I drone strike the boats that brought them there, and now I have a hostage situation. And then I tell President Trump, okay, you're going to give us XYZ, or I'm going to kill 5,000 of your troops with ballistic missiles tonight. So let's hope that we don't get put in that situation. Because that's worst case scenario. Well, I guess nuclear war is worst case scenario, but Pretty high up there. Democracy is despotism. Let the voter eat cake. Yeah. Frank says, could our response to this occupation of our government be why the federal agencies bought billions of hollow point rounds? They're always doing this, man. This was a big controversy like 10, 15 years ago, too, under Obama. But nah, I mean, that's pretty much every federal agency and law enforcement is using hollow point rounds. Which, I mean, that's what I keep in my self-defense guns myself. Japan wants their 1.2 trillion treasury securities. Mission accomplished. Probably one of the best mission accomplished in the history of the world. That's what people tell me. Yeah. Susie says, let's see, that's a cute puppy right there. So if the U.S. hits a power plant, what does NATO do? Because it's against the Geneva Convention, Article 56. P.S. Our dog loves you. Well, thank you very much. Great question. I don't know, but yes, also it's against in Protocol 1 as well. So I don't know. Probably nothing. Who knows? Denounce us like they already have done. Thank you, the good Ascoy. Thank you. Iran could gift Trump a golden drone for his ego. Yeah, the pagers, just like the pagers, huh? Canadian with a question from pure lack of knowledge. Is Bernie Sanders a bad vote or what's wrong for the guy? I would vote for Bernie Sanders in this election. And I would have never said that in my life. Ever. If you put, let me give some context. If you put Bernie Sanders up against Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, any current Democrat, which is what? Who are the Democrat frontrunners? Gavin Newsom. I can't think of anybody that like that. Just I'm just going by the current people that we know are going to run. Now, there's choices I would have better than Bernie, but if you put Bernie Sanders up against J.D. Vance, I'm voting for Bernie Sanders 100% of the time. But he's too old now, and that's wild for me to say because holy shit, yeah, fuck it, dude. You think Bernie Sanders would be worse than Donald Trump currently in 2026? That's just admission that you're retarded. Maybe that's the way we should frame it. Would you? Let's do this. All right, let's find out. You could, if the election was held today, these are your choices. You get to vote for Donald Trump, who is the current president, or Bernie. That's it. That's the only two choices you get. And let's see what you guys think. Vote today, 2026, in the middle of this Iran war and Epstein files not being released. You get to vote for Bernie. You can vote for Trump. That's it. Your choices. Would you swap out for Trump, or would you keep Trump in power, or would you swap out for Bernie Sanders right now? Currently where we are at. So let's find out, because we have a primarily conservative audience, a lot of independents, but lean conservative. And so you would expect Donald Trump easily should handle this based off my audience demographics. Let's find out. That's an easy way. I love polls. That's why we do so many polls here. Let's find out what the people think. Thank you, Evie. Jake says Trump, since his election, has absolutely obligated my trading portfolio, obliterated, I think you meant, my trading portfolio with both crypto and stonks. I'm tired of winning boss. Yeah, crypto's getting destroyed. They 100% knew that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz so Ben Gurion Canal can be built right through flattened Gaza, and they might be decimating our military as a threat in the admin eyes. Yeah, maybe that's going to take a long time to accomplish. Thank you for being a voice of reason in this crazy world. Well, thank you, Sleepy Time. Hate you. Congrats on the continued growth on channel. Thank you, Burn Dog. I appreciate it. Speaking of Bernie, well, I'm not going to look. Oh yeah, I'm gonna let you guys funnel some votes into that first before I look. Lindsay, Lady G eats corn the long way and Snickers upside down so he can feel the veins on his tongue. Yeah, he eats it for the feeling, not the taste, as they say. Nate, why do you love Iran? Oh my gosh, me. Let's say if I had the choice of wiping one country off the map, if it was between the two countries, guess which one I would choose? Little fucker, little goy simp, little Zio cuck. I'm disgusted with the administration right now. I'm sick to my stomach for them putting our fathers, brothers, and sons in harm's way for no reason. Yes. Most of us feel that way. Would love your response to the fourth PSYOP group recruiting video from 2022. It's YouTube called Ghost in the Machine. You think it's a Mossad or CIA propaganda saying the quiet part out loud? Well, I'm not going to watch that right now, but I will consider or think about watching it later. and then I can let you know next time we come back. But I can't watch it right now. We gotta keep moving. Got to keep moving. How hard do you think it will be for the United States to rebuild international relations that Trump obliterated? It's possible to get back in good standings. Yeah, of course, but you got to get rid of Trump. Trump's got to go. You can never rebuild them with him in charge, but you 100% could with a good president. It'd be very, very easy to rebuild. You just say, hey, we got rid of the psychotic orange piece of shit, and now we can get back to normal. And most allied countries would be like, okay, cool. So yeah, but yeah, it's never going to happen with that. Okay, so let's see what my conservative. Now, not all conservative. We do have, some liberals here and some leftists, but we're about 65% conservative, right-leaning on this channel. Let's see what the audience said in a vote. If you could immediately vote today, what would you do? 90% would vote for Bernie. 10% would vote for Trump. Okay, there you go. For all the retards in the chat who are still MAGA, no one agrees with you. Okay, sorry, that's the way it goes. Wake up, please wake up. We are tired of trying to ferry your 68 IQ ass with us to a better country. Please wake up, for the love of God. We are trying to hold your hand and get you there. Okay, you can do it. I promise. Almost everybody else has made it there. You can do it. I promise you. Holy shit! All right. A little off topic here, but you see the D-bag Mullins claimed top secret for his out-of-country missions during confirmation hearing. Yeah, a little stolen valor bitch, dude. It's just par for the course, right? You got a little stolen valor dwarf in charge of Department of Homeland Security now. Yay. Socialist checking in. Can we all agree on something? Well, we can all agree on Bernie. That's it. We can all agree Bernie would be better than Donald Trump. Even the conservatives in the audience can agree on that. Susie Weinstein and Howard let that happen. This is Operation Epstein Fury. We are colonizing Adobe for the PDFs. Yeah, you're probably right. Dude, there's zero chance anyone in the military takes Heggs seriously. As a former Republican, you should spill some tea about what a joke he is to them. I talk about what a piece of shit he is all the time, dude. I'm not spilling any tea. Everybody knows what a dork that guy is. Worthless. I was hoping he would be. Here's the thing. At first, I was like, you know what? He doesn't have any of the qualifications at all to be SecDef at all. But maybe that's what we need. Maybe we need a guy who, again, is outside of the regular system and he'll shake things up. And we were wrong. He's absolutely the worst. And it turns out you just want to have people that have actual experience in that position, even if you don't like them. Well, we learned that. At least we learned that lesson to not do that again. Do not have the host of Fox and Friends weekends be SegDef ever again. We learned that lesson the hard way. It's okay. Don't have to worry about doing it again, I hope. At this point, BB says jump. Trump says, how high? I'd rather continue fighting the B's than a war with Iran just because BB said so. Well, glad to hear your focus on health, no booze. Yeah, we're doing well. We're doing well so far. Heard something about Japan liking surprises. Yeah, Donald Trump made a disgusting Pearl Harbor joke to the Prime Minister of Japan. Why not? OT, but I'd highly recommend taking you and your family to see the new Project Hail Mary. Okay, it's a very feel-good movie during these dark times. I've seen the previews for that, so interesting. There you go. Do you think China invades Taiwan this year? No, probably not. Probably not. I think I've said from the beginning, you can go back through all of my content on China. I believe they're going to take Taiwan diplomatically, just like they did Hong Kong. What I mean by that is they're going to get enough support in Taiwan to just vote their way in for reunification. They won't even have to worry about it because they're not far off from having it. Next probably 5 years, I think that'll happen, especially when the United States is abandoning Taiwan and Japan and Korea, its Asia allies. That is going to very, very rapidly increase the odds and likelihood of that happening. Ryan says, Nate, you got to pull up Bill Hicks, Iraq War, and the receipts bit. Bill Hicks, Iraq War. If this is just easily on YouTube, I can pull it up. Bill Hicks, Iraq. Bill Hicks. Rock weapons? Is this one? I don't know if I've ever seen this. We'll pull it up though. It's on YouTube. We also did that in Syria. If you guys didn't know, in the Syrian civil war, at one point, the CIA was funding and equipping one resistance group, terrorist organization, whatever you want to call it, and the Department of Defense was funding a different one, and they were literally fighting each other. Afghanistan, right? We armed and equipped the Mujahideen, who then became the Taliban, and then we fought against them. Oh, whoa, what was that other one? Oh, yeah, that's right. We left $1 trillion in military equipment for the Taliban as well. So we're really, really good at this, by the way. Really good at this. Thank you, Ryan, though. I appreciate you, brother. Funny clip. Jake Crypto Snake says the ass crunch is going to bring in COVID-style stay-at-home lockdowns again in the same energy, just in time for the WEF 2030 agenda. Other than the Greater Reserve Project, this was the elite's plan as well. Yeah, my buddy Aaron Love, let's see if I can pull this up real quick. He did a reel on this a week ago saying literally the exact same thing. I don't know if I can. Oh, he's got this one. Yeah. Here we go. I don't know why Aaron's got to be shirtless all the time. It's because, like I was saying, he's at 6.5% body fat, and I'm always going at Aaron, so that's why I'm not drinking. But I'm pretty sure this is the one, right?
Hey guys, remember in 2020 when your crazy conspiracy theory friend said that if you'd stay home for 2 weeks to flatten the curve for a disease, it really wasn't that big of a deal, and take a vaccine and do all the other stuff that you were doing 6 feet apart? That was never a thing. Remember when we told you that you would fall for anything, and that the next time that they told you to stay home, say for environmental stuff, or I don't know, an energy crisis, that you probably fall right in line? Because that's what's happening. Airlines are shutting down across the nation. How soon until, hey, everybody, you can only drive your car on Monday, Wednesday, Friday if you have this license plate. Hey, guys, airlines are going to close down just for a little bit until we get this whole oil thing under control. It's coming.
Yes, it is. And we're seeing that at the airports already. Oh my God, the comments. I gotta show Aaron some of these comments. That's hilarious. Oh, that's me too. Sick. Black Cracker. That's the profile picture of me. Okay. Interesting. I'll take Black Cracker. That's kind of a compliment, right? I think so. Fresh says, Richard Medhurst's latest live says, hi, money is planned. Okay. Don't worry. Elon said billionaires are going to pay us after jobs are gone. Yeah. The AI bubble is going to save us all. Here's $5.08. Don't spend it on Iran's nuclear program fund. Okay. Trump says that he isn't a king, but Trump is actually quite a lot like a king. His court is full yes men. Yeah, that's definitely true. Nobody will say shit to him other than Joe Kent. You saw what happened with that. This administration isn't even fit to run an Arby's. It's actually fair. Do you think Arby's? Let me ask you guys this, and it's just a funny comment, but if Donald Trump applied to be the manager of your local Arby's at 80 years old, do you think they would hire him? No. They legitimately would not hire him. If he put in a blind resignation and changed the name, they would not hire him. They wouldn't. That's how crazy this is, to your point. It's a funny joke, but it's also true. Rashid says, we will win this war. We will win this war in every military important way. Force, equipment, everything. But we will lose through economics, allies. Yep, this is a great comment. And ownership of our own power because of the dumbest people possibly calling the shots. Yeah, of course. For the United States of America, we have the most ridiculously powerful military in the world. But what does that do for us? We did in Vietnam. We did in Afghanistan. We did in Iraq. Think about this. I was thinking about this today. When I keep telling you guys, air campaigns don't regime change, think about this. In Afghanistan, 20 years. And we had two massive air bases, plus all the other bases that we could still use all the way around all of Afghanistan. We had the entire country controlled, complete air dominance and superiority, right? The most, Army Special Forces everywhere. It's the most advantageous situation in the fucking world. Ground troops, tens of thousands of ground troops the entire time. 20 years. We left the Taliban's in charge. Think about that. We were not able to regime change the fucking Taliban with the full force of the United States military. Boots on the ground, 20 fucking years, all of it. But that they want you to believe that they're going to regime change Iran, a country 1,000 times more technologically advanced, with 20 times the people, and also even better geographical location. We're going to regime change that with air power by itself? Really? You think that? They think that on Fox News. MAGA thinks that. Yeah. Probably not. Probably not. We've never successfully regime changed any country. Not once. Look at Syria. That was the closest we got. Because we replaced Assad with al-Jilani, the former leader of Al-Qaeda. That was our best regime change, swapping out a Russian ally for the former leader of Al-Qaeda. Good job. We do not regime change well. We're very good at removing regime. Very, very good. We killed the Ayatollah. But we're not very good at the second step, which is actually changing regime and nation building. 0% track record on that. And I'm not being facetious. We literally have accomplished it 0 times. But this time it'll be different if you listen to Lindsey Graham. It'll be different this time. We promise. Oh, it says gas might be $20 a gallon, but saran wrap is $2. If you know, you know. I don't get it, man. Is this a joke? I don't get the joke. Saran wrap is only $2? Maybe I'm just missing the joke. Somebody will let me know. Is Trump trying to sound mentally slow in social media posts, or do we have a mentally defective president? He's got frontal lobe dementia. I keep saying that. I'm not kidding. I'm not being a jerk. He has frontal lobe dementia. He has every symptom of it. No pogey bait, says one Marine under a Middle Eastern sky. Can you explain to me a mother crying, Navy Seagull? Mothers, keep your baby strong. Thank you. 14K. Nate, congratulations, brother. Oh, is that how many people we had at the peak? It's pretty sweet. Thank you, Mark. Gary says 17 million veterans. How about we poll where we get to vote on the stupid Trump war? I'll go first. No. Yeah, Bobby, or Gary, excuse me. Bobby's next. The problem is there's a lot of veterans that support this shit. I don't know why. I'd be interested to see if you could poll all veterans, see what the actual percentage. It'd definitely be under 50%, 100%. Definitely under 50%, but it'd probably be a little bit elevated compared to the regular civilian society. But maybe not. Maybe I'm misreading that one. Bobby says, when Mattis left Trump's first term, that told me everything I needed to know about Trump's lack of decision-making when it came to the military and treatment of allies. This guy is surrounded clueless. Yes, people. Yeah. Mad Dog Mattis is also obviously massively respected in the military. And so when he left in protest, that should have probably told us everything we needed. But we didn't pay attention. We didn't pay attention to the people we should have. Gary says 1971 Vietnam for the record. Yep. I think my dad was in Vietnam. Pretty sure. Debbie says, kaboom, there goes mama, yeah, freedom, kaboom, boom, there goes daddy, baby, cats and doggies, yeah, freedom, please keep on bringing the freedom bombs. Yeah, that's the Iranian people begging for us to bomb them, according to Fox News. God bless, I appreciate the show, thank you. The Bella says, hey Nate, watching you from the UAE, love your show, keep telling the truth. At this point, we're all here wondering if he knows what he's even doing. Seems like he doesn't even have an exit plan. Yeah, hey, scary for you guys, huh? Because you guys are a target. And you're a very serious target with your desalination plants right now, because Iran, again, has said, if you bomb our power plants, we're going to do it. So praying for you guys over there, because, man, it is scary times for the Gulf states, man. Scary times for the Gulf states, for sure. They're at way, way bigger risk than the United States is, obviously. Old Shmuley, to his cousin. Just relabel them as freedom bombs. They'll buy it. The freight is cheaper. Yeah, the old dildo rabbi. Clearbeard says, I feel like when you play clips from the speeches, you should play the Happy Gilmore. We've all become that much dumber from hearing your response. But that's from Billy Madison, though. But But I do know my 1990s Adam Sandler movies. But I do love that clip. I do love that clip. That's during the debates at the end. Yeah, that's funny stuff. I pray for the mamas and daddies. Yeah. Lax says, did you see that the admin is now routing dignified transfer to private airports and aircraft? Not sure the accuracy of this. I keep seeing this. I keep seeing reporting. I want to believe that the government is not hiding the casualty numbers, but I also would not put it past this administration to hide the casualty numbers. So I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. I see the reporting on it myself. Whether it's true or not, that's my guess is as good as yours. But who knows? Maybe we'll find out. To see you and Hassan have a chat. Oh my God. I dogged Hassan very, very hard on my other channel, American Thor, when the dog abuse stuff came out. That was a huge, huge no-no for me. I don't agree with hardly anything Hassan ever says, but there are some things. I think me and Hassan could probably have a good conversation. I could have a good conversation with pretty much anyone across the aisle. But yeah, his dog stuff, I was not a big fan of that. Shocking the dog and all that crazy shit. And here we go. Crazy precious metal wings. Rich are gobbling up tangible assets before the crash of the fake economy. That's definitely happening. We're watching massive insider trading and corruption and market manipulation going on right now for sure. Again, in the effing Fed, it's the only way. Yeah, that's another one. That's another one. The Federal Reserve. That's where a lot of our problems started, man. For sure. And then obviously going on fiat currency instead of the gold standard. Mueller is not the first Vietnam veteran Bone Spurs dumped on. Just saying. True. He's got a habit at that. David Ellison, son of Larry, got CNN. Thus the polls. Yep, CNN is now Ellison owned. So if you guys watch CNN and you're like, wait, what the hell happened? They're all of a sudden pro-Trump. Yes, because the Ellisons own CNN now. So that's what you should expect. Just Fox News 2.0 now. You Americans are naive to think that you will have midterms. Trump will call himself a wartime president and cancel. I see people say this. I don't believe this is going to happen. I think this more likely would be in 2028 for that to happen. But we never know. We never know. Meg is so stupid they will continue to sip that poison Kool-Aid. I'm hearing 82nd just got shipped. Iran decided to release the hypersonics. Yeah. Well, that's what we're hearing as well. Yeah. Covered that at the start of the show. Ryan says, excursion, incursion, submersion. Who's counting? Anyways, but we've been at war for 47 years. Yeah, we've supposedly been at war with Iran for 47 years. I wasn't aware of this war. Nobody told me about it while I was serving as a Green Beret. So it's interesting that I found this out recently as well myself. I don't know who was fighting that war, but they didn't tell me about it while I was in. Thank you, AJ. Appreciate you always being here, brother. AJ, are you a mod yet? We talked about making you a mod, but you said you weren't sure if you wanted to be a mod or not. Did we make you an? I don't remember. Sorry. I feel like I asked you if you wanted to be, and then we never followed up on it. Well, if you want to be, we definitely need to get you in here. So let me know, or let Jasmine know. That's the easiest way to do it. Jasmine runs the show when it comes to the mod stuff. Okay, go Seahawks. Yeah, sure. You should, if you knew my story about the Seattle Seahawks, which a lot of people in the channel know about my story with the Seahawks. I'm not a fan of the Seahawks, but it's for personal reasons. Personal reasons. Chris says, do you believe Netanyahu blackmailed Trump into the Iran war, threatened Epstein? Of course. That's one of multiple reasons. Yeah, of course. Maybe not him directly, but he knows what they have on him, I'm sure. Would have been easier in 2003 to take Iran or now? Probably in 2003 because missile and drone technology was nowhere near as good, especially drone technology. Drone technology didn't exist, so Iran wouldn't have had, like, the drones are a big problem, the main problem for us right now, more so even than the ballistic missiles. So probably in 2003 would have been a lot easier. But we would have, I don't know, man. Well, yeah, because we would already taken both Bagram and Kandahar Air Base as well by 2003, I believe. So that would have actually made it way easier because we started to take, we would have facilitated and probably could have launched a ground invasion. Now, it would have been easy. It would have been way harder than Iraq and Afghanistan both, but it would have been much easier back then, I think. Now, if I think my way through it. Absolutely correct take. I'm cheering for this to end. Yes, I think we all should be. Angie says, good thing you're out, Nate. Stop loss loading. Yeah, luckily I'm retired. So retired NCO, not an officer. So I don't really have to worry about that. But scary for the officers. Hardin County, but who knows, right? Like if you think about it, Ukraine's drafting people up to 60 years old. Everybody got brought back in. So if it got bad enough, then I would get brought back in too. Everybody would. But if it's that bad, I would say most people would just refuse. And if you have hundreds of thousands of people refusing, then it wouldn't work. So, and I think that's probably what would happen. That's probably what would happen. Send you, go sign up. You don't, what are you talking about? Go. The recruiter's office open, dude. Walk down to the recruiter's office and sign up and go. It's that easy. Don't talk to us about it in the chat. Like, get off your ass, head down to the recruiter station and sign up. Go. That's that simple. Do you see Gavin the chameleon pivot on his statement on our greatest ally? Looks like some billionaires told him it's better he lose than not run. Yep. I saw him say that he doesn't believe that Gaza was a genocide as well. So he's just more of the same. He's more of the same. Raymond says, don't worry, people. WW3 is just around the corner and it'll only be 75 minutes. Yeah, however long it takes to cover the entire globe in nuclear missile strikes. You're probably right. Don't spool up the 82nd with a Ranger element with an airstrip for the tanking. Thank you. Did anyone notice when the Clinton scandal happened, Serbia was bombed, Russia, Ukraine war started, COVID despair, Iran war, Epstein files despair. Brand says, we have military stationed in Cuba at a detention center. This invasion rhetoric puts them in danger. Yep. Trump starts Iran war to bury the Epstein files, Iran kicking our butts and keeping the chief PDF's involvement front center. Hilariously sweet justice. Now, Iran's not kicking our butts like militarily at all. They blew up some of our military bases, and the Gulf is having a lot bigger problem with that. I mean, Tel Aviv's getting absolutely like glassed for sure. What they're killing us with is the global economy, the Strait of Hormuz. That's their lynch point. That's why they're winning. As long as the Strait of Hormuz is closed, or that's why they're staying afloat, okay, you could say. As long as the Strait of Hormuz is closed, the United States is losing. Period. So it doesn't matter what argument you see, who you see talking about this. There is no discussion until the Strait of Hormuz is open. Once that's open, you can start to have discussions about who's winning or losing this war. But as long as the Strait of Hormuz is closed, the United States is currently losing the war. That's just objective truth. Sorry. You can go down to your local gas station and figure that one out yourself. Which is why we need to just leave. And I don't know. Again, what's the off-ramp at this point? Who knows? Gary, thank you for the big donation, brother. Says, we all knew voting for Trump was playing Russian roulette. We didn't think there was 3 rounds in the cylinders. Yeah, Big E, big beautiful Bill, Iran voting Democrat would have been Russian roulette with a semi-automatic with 3 rounds in the mag. I don't think we would have had. This is like the craziest argument you get right now from MAGA. What MAGA does is, yeah, but Kamala would have been just as bad. That's where they've like degraded. They backed themselves all the way down to their best case scenario for Trump's performance is that Kamala would have been equally as bad. And it's like, is that why you voted for Trump? You voted for Trump because he was as bad as Kamala? Are you sure? Are you sure that's why you voted for him? I don't think so. And so that's not telling me that that's a good job. Saying they would have, yeah, they both objectively probably would have been terrible. I don't think Kamala would have been any better. I think we'd be in the exact same polls, except some things would have been different, right? We would have had, rainbows strapped onto the bombs instead of Israeli flags. That would have probably been the biggest difference in the war effort, honestly. So other than that, probably all been about the same. Because again, uniparty. If the 82nd is deployed, in your opinion, would it be at day or night? Night to decrease casualties, days to improve cohesion. Tough call. Yeah, I mean, there's positives and negatives to both, right? Night is going to get you in there safer. A lot less chance of having, your aircraft hit by drones or anything like that. But it's a lot harder to coordinate your own troops at night. But I mean, we train for the night. We fight at night. So I would say that you probably want to go in at nighttime. We in special forces, we strictly operate in, like, if we're doing high level stuff like this, strictly nighttime, because we own the night, you guess you could say. But for something this massive, when you have thousands and thousands of people, yeah, I'm not sure. Probably still nighttime, though. Both are just a bad idea, I think. 3-time Trump voter, been out since May 2025. There you go. Venti says, at what point do we people take up arms against the mega corrupt system? I don't know, man. I can't advocate for that online because they'll nuke me. So I don't know. For now, all we can do is vote. Excursion to Cuba, that's for sure. Definitely coming. John says it's not just the financial costs that are incurred, but also the cost to the soul of defending the indefensible. It cuts deep, and it hurts to see people losing their humanity. That's another one. You're watching. The other gross thing is just watching MAGA cheer on just like this slaughter and death of thousands of people. Gross, right? Bombing elementary schools and killing 200 little girls, shit like that. It's just, yeah, it's all bad. I get what you're saying about being tricked, but the writing was on the wall in his first term. He tricked to coup the government with the fake electoral schism. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, he promised to do things and then he did the opposite. Yeah, is what it is. A lot of people got tricked. As long as they've woken up, then I think that's something that we should celebrate. Omara says, U.S. Navy recently decommissioned 4 minesweepers in the Persian Gulf. Coincidence? Also, basic physics proved the towers were brought down by explosives. Citizen aware and asking. Yeah, well, we know at least Building 7 at a minimum was for sure. I mean, you can literally watch the explosions now, but who knows? Carlin was a prophet in the guise of a comedian. Yes, he was. Yeah, yes, he was. Right on. I've had a knot in my gut since I learned about this in 2018. Now that everyone knows about load-bearing castering and they don't care, proves we're in the age of apathy. Mad, but lazy. Well, thank you. Eat the rich. I don't think they taste very good, by the way. Do you think Elon Musk tastes good? I doubt it. Thank you, Nate. Another great show. Thank you, Katie. Appreciate you always being here. Ryan says, I pray God makes Ron Paul Supreme Leader. Oh, that'd be nice, huh? If we only get 48 hours, the world would be better for it. Yeah, Ron Paul's the GOAT, man. He is the absolute GOAT. He was so far ahead of his times, and he was right about literally everything, from the financial world to the Federal Reserve to military-industrial complex. That dude was so far ahead of his times. Greeting from Scotland. Much love to the United States. Well, thank you, brother. Dylan says, why the F do we not have term limits for Congress? I've never understood why these assholes can sit there until they wither away in geriatrics while they use our tax money to make millions of stocks. Do you want to know why? Because unfortunately, that was one of the whoopsies from the founding fathers of not establishing that. And guess what? Guess who would have to make the decision to put in term limits for Congress? Congress. So that's why in 200 plus years, Congress has never voted to limit their own time. So yeah, that's part of the problem. Yeah, we do need the Supreme Court to maybe step in and do something like that. But the Supreme Court is not there to make legislation, right? And you would have to put that through policy. That's not the Supreme Court's job. So I don't know. Who would do it. You have to have Congress do it, and they're not going to do it. Defense contractor, you're asking them to leave their own jobs? Yeah, I doubt it. Defense contractors needed to re-up the bomb supply, cash grab all around. Yeah, it's definitely a giant cash grab for sure. Thank you for explaining the insanity. Love light from Australia. Well, thank you. Hey, Nate, do you use wingsuits while in group? Did I use wingsuits? No, I did not. I've never used wingsuits myself. Nope. I do have some buddies. Andy Stump. I think Andy Stump's got one of the world records for a wingsuit flight. DevGru operator Andy Stump. Most of the channel, you already know who he is, but no, I've never jumped a wingsuit before. The shart of the deal. I have never heard this, And I am going to steal this. This is fantastic. Fantastic Trump joke. Fantastic Trump joke. The shart of the deal. I love that. Well done. Good job, Jordan. Old School says, active duty Air Force. We got some guys in my unit deploying to Saudi Arabia, but recently got delayed a month due to the conflict. Oh, they were supposed to be deploying to Saudi Arabia. Now they're potentially getting delayed. Interesting. Are you going to buy a pair of Cash Apps UFC FBI custom Nikes? I did see these. And Nick Freitas went full Zio Cook on Joe Kent. Of course he did. Of course he did. Why would you expect anything different from that dude? Oh, fucking what a disaster. Like I said, any Green Beret who didn't stand up in solidarity and defend Joe Kent, fuck you. I'm sorry, fuck you, dude. How about that? If you don't like it, I don't care. Because I did, because he's my brother in arms, I guess you could say, fellow Green Beret. And that means stuff to people like me and my family, since my dad and I are both Green Berets. So I'm going to defend my brother before some fucking random politician. You know what I mean? But it's not the way a lot of people are doing it. Sad to see. Sad to see. If I was in Iran, I would see Trump's desire to restart negotiations as confirmation of his imminent invasion. I will only vote for someone if they support AIPAC being forced registered as FARA. Yeah, that's going to happen. Hasn't happened already. Terrible. But thank you, Gunner. What are your thoughts on Rabbi Tom Glasser's comments about the bringing America to its knees and making it pay for abandoning the, I mean, he sounds like just about everybody in Israel. They all talk that way. So not shocked. Democrat Emily Gregory won a special election for a Florida State House seat on Tuesday, flipping the district that has a Mar-a-Lago in it. Interesting. Didn't see that yet. Preach, encourage people growing and changing their mind. I told you so feels good, but it doesn't help. We should all be open to growth. Great comment. 100% true. 100% true. I hate to see that. I hate to see when people do that exact thing. Like, I told you so. Oh, well, we don't forgive you. It's like, dude, come on. At least they're moving in the right direction. You should want that. Super says, everyone needs to read or listen to the United States of Blackmail. I would read volume 2 first. Yes. Sing off Satan Rothschilds. Okay. That's got all of them in there. All right. Jimmy Dean says Uniparty Biden sent at least $17.9 billion in military aid to our greatest ally. And yes, he did, including another $14.3 billion in emergency supplemental funding. You need to win with MOU. That will be our greatest ally. And that's why I said when we were talking about earlier that Joe Biden doesn't get any leeway either, because he supported what they did as well. But it's, at least he came out and told the truth about what Netanyahu said to him. Kitty says, hey, Nate, thanks for always doing your thing. Much love. Appreciated. Played your live while I was working on my car. Hell yeah. Thanks, Kitty. Thanks for always being here for the shows. Chuck says, what do you think of them dropping into Yemen? Ooh, the 82nd Airborne? We're going to go fight the Houthis now? I don't know what you mean by dropping them. I'm assuming you mean the 82nd Airborne. I don't know why we would drop them into Yemen. I guess if we want to go fight the Houthis too, why not? Why not? Sure, fuck it. Cuba, the Houthis, Yemen, Iran, Greenland, let's do it all. Colombia, let's cook, baby. Let's burn this thing down. Penna says, the timeline we occupy is creating strange bedfellows. The America First movement may be the most powerful, wide-ranging, underestimated ragtag group of voters who share a singular yet common purpose. This is so true, and this is our audience here, man. It's like, it's so crazy the amount of, I would say leftists that are supportive of the channel, and that, I actually now watch Keith Edwards all the time. This is crazy to say. These are people I used to think were like the dumbest. Like, I hated these people. Kyle Kalinske, Keith Edwards. These are like people that I just like was despised and just was disgusted by as a conservative Republican back when I was a Republican. Now I watch their stuff all the time. I don't agree with everything they say, but I'm like, oh, well, I agree with a lot more than I used to. That's for sure. That's for sure. But really what it is, it's populism, man. Populism. You have the populist left and you have the populist right. And we agree on a lot. We agree on probably 60 to 70%. I think what the populist left and the populist right, we agree on the end state. The end state is we want America to be better. We want to stop all these foreign entanglements. We want to stop sending hundreds of billions of dollars to foreign countries. We want to invest that money into the American working class people. We want to invest that money into things like healthcare and solving the veteran homeless crisis, solving the fentanyl crisis. Like, we agree, the populist left and populist right agree on those America First values. What we don't all agree on is like the policy in which we could carry out and enact those America First values. But when you look at it that way, like, we're in agreement on the end state, whereas like blue MAGA, red MAGA are not agreement on that end state at all. They're America last, foreign country first, right? Foreign inventionalism, like spending out of control. Don't spend any money on healthcare. Don't spend any money on the American people. That's their demographic. That's what they're in lockstep on, right? Like Lady G, Lindsey Graham, and Chuck Schumer, they're all in their little group over here, right? And then you have the populist left, populist right that all have the same end state they want. But, you know, how do we come together and say, hey, you know, we want this end state, but how do we do it policy wise that makes sense, right? So that'll be the real hard problem is figuring out how that gets worked out. But when you ask me, like, who do I have more in common with ideologically, Kyle Kalinske or Lindsey Graham? Like, that's the easiest fucking question I've ever heard in my life. Like, obviously, Kyle Kalinske had 1,000 times more in common with him ideologically in my beliefs and views than Lindsey Graham, absolute fucking lunatic psychopath, right? So that's kind of the way I look at it. All right. Good comment, though, Penna. Good comment. Would you consider uniting with Cenk and the Young Turks? He's trying to unite all sides like you are. You must be new to the channel. Yeah, Cenk is another one I really like, and then obviously Anna. Yes, I love Anna. Anna is probably my favorite person on social media. I would love to do content with them sometime. Hopefully it would happen eventually. I'm not connected to them, right? But now Cenk, I do like Cenk. I don't agree with everything Cenk says, obviously. I don't agree with anything everybody says, but no, I do like Cenk, and Anna is literally my favorite person on social media. So yeah, obviously I would do content with them. Watching Anna just roast people. What did she say the other day? The Goyim are waking up, bitch. In a response to somebody on Twitter. Just like every time I see that, I'm just like, based. Based. Yeah, they're fairly moderate as well too, right? So there's that. Chandler says, you know, we're getting into a big war when they raise the enlistment age to 42 and allow marijuana convictions on your record. You listen to the show The Enforcer on YouTube. Great, up-to-date, unbiased guys. I do, yeah, I watched some of the Enforcer stuff here and there. And yeah, like so we talked about earlier, reducing 4 years down to 2 years contracts, increasing the age. Like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's a little scary. Scary. Gideon says, I don't think Obama is classic liberal with the wars he started continued. That's, but I mean, classic liberalism, this is a different time frame, right? You got to understand, early in the global war on terror, both sides supported it. It was very, very, very supported on both sides. Barack Obama was one of the only people in Congress outside of Bernie Sanders that initially was him voting against the war in Iraq. If you didn't know that, the main reason why Barack Obama won and became president is because he was actually one of the very few people that was against the global war on terror initially. Now, again, got in, he continued, he became the drone striker in chief, right? There's all that. He continued the wars, started another war in Syria and a bunch of other places. So to your point, but I don't know. Back then, in the early days of global war on terror, everybody was doing it, you know, left, right, center. So other than like Bernie, I don't know. Bernie and who else? Who was some other no votes? It wasn't many. There was only a couple of them in Congress at the time. I think it was Bernie, Obama. There was a few, but it was very, very few of them that were anti-war at the time. Somebody said Senator Wellstone. Oh, Ron Paul. Obviously, yeah, Ron Paul was another one. Yep. All right. Good luck with the move. Six's mom says, "Be brave, Munchkin. Try not to dislike the new cat." Oh, I know. We're wondering. Munchkin's super docile, but we're not sure how she's gonna feel about another cat. She loves our dog, but I know it'd be difficult. But remember, we loved you first. Aloha. Thank you, Six's mom. Yeah, we move this week. Whew. Also, guys, I don't know. We should still have the show Friday, but we're moving this week. Actual move-in day is Saturday, so. Trying to figure out moving studios, getting everything set up. Like I'm building the studio out while still doing this, so it's going to be a little shaky for content probably later in the week into next week. So just be prepared for that. But I'm going to try to keep up with everything. What should a free man do? I don't know. Get in shape, work hard, make money, take care of your family, stock up on food and water. All the normal things, I guess, man. That's about all you can do. Take care of yourself. Good point. A-Satan takes control of their oil fields, not the storage facilities. Trump said it. Drill, baby, drill. Not the oil fields. Not oil fields, guys. Not taking oil fields, okay? We don't want to do that. Have you seen oil fields on fire? What movie has the depiction of that? Is it Jarhead? Yeah, you don't want to be around oil fields when they're on fire. We saw that in Iraq. I didn't. I wasn't there for that. That was the early days, but yeah. That's nasty. Geneva Convention, Geneva Suggestion. That's funny too. Thomas Massey. That's always, yeah, we love Massey. I don't get why they even thought an internal regime change would happen after killing the Pope of the Shia in a 95% Shia country. Lost my doggo. Oh no. Hopefully not this one, I hope. I'm so sorry. That's as bad as losing a child most of the time. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing all right, man. Losing a dog is, yeah, again, like losing a child. Cameron says, incredible news hearing the enlistment age for the Army has risen to 42. Yeah, we just talked about that. Here comes the draft. You're seeing the steps before the draft, the calm before the storm. Pete says, Nate, I feel like there's not even going to be another presidential election. I know that sounds extreme, but it feels like we're screwed. Now, it sounds extreme, but I mean, this is what a lot of people think. And you guys understand other countries do this all the time, right? Zelensky did this in Ukraine. Netanyahu did this in Israel. They canceled elections and they couldn't get rid of them. It's very, very normal, actually, for presidents to do this. So, oh, God. Here's what I'm hoping. I know Trump, if he lives that long, and he's 80 years old and morbidly obese, but he wants a third term as like payback for the election that was stolen, I guess. Here's what I want him to have happen. I think this would be perfect. Let me know what you guys think. And we're going to do a poll. We're actually going to do a poll after I tell you what I think about this. It's kind of like the Bernie Trump poll. What I want, if they're going to do this and they're going to try to run Trump a third time, okay, just change the law. Just say, okay, presidents can run for 3 terms. Change the law and let him run. The reason why I want that to happen is I can guarantee you, if they did that, Barack Obama would come back and would run against Donald Trump for a 3rd term. I can guarantee you Obama would run against Donald Trump, and it would be a 50-0 blowout. 50-0 Reagan blowout. I can guarantee you, if we ran Obama versus Trump in 2028, it would be the biggest blowout in probably American history. And we're going to do a poll right now, see what you guys think. If in 2028, hey, bring them both back, all right? Trump 3rd term, Obama 3rd term. They hate each other's guts. It would be like the most epic, third round, like tie-breaking UFC fight in history, right? It would be like this would be the biggest presidential election in like history if you ran Trump against Obama, right? Let me know what you guys think. Who would you vote for in 2028? Barack Obama or the Trumpster? All right. I think they should do it. Fuck it. If he's gonna try to use martial law or do something crazy, just be like, nope, you know what? Presidents can run 3 terms, and that lets Obama to enter the mix. But I don't know. That won't happen. But if it did happen, I guarantee you he would run. Why would he not? He would do it strictly just to just to piss off Trump, I'm sure. I guess Six Mom said, I guess having people who only kiss ass as your advisors might not be the best strategy. Everyone, please pray for all of our troops. Aloha. We actually have this on the special forces teams. Usually, so you have the team sergeant. He's the NCO in charge of everything. And then you usually have what's called the 2IC, which is usually the second in charge NCO, not a formal position. It's kind of like the locker room leader. You've heard that talk about in the WWE. It's usually the most senior NCO or one of the most senior NCOs on the team behind the team sergeant. And his role is to tell the team sergeant when he's doing dumb shit or when the dudes are pissed off or when things are wrong, like all the stuff that you need a guy that might piss off the team sergeant when he's saying it, but has the high enough level of authority and respect to be able to say it to him. And Donald Trump does not have that. He does not have that. And that is a big, big, big problem. You want that guy. You want that guy who's loyal to you, but is going to tell you, this is fucking dumb. We're not doing that. You need that. That guy is very, very important in any leadership position, CEO of a company, running a business. You want to have somebody like that. And Trump doesn't have that at all, obviously. But he also doesn't let anyone around him. So that's part of it too. But yes, good point. Six's mom. Gunner says, do you support impeachment removal after the 2026 midterms? I support it right now. Right now. I wish they'd just get rid of him right now. I've heard rumors that, I don't know if you've seen the rumors today that JD Vance is going to lead the impeachment. JD Vance is going to lead the 25th. That's not going to happen. JD Vance doesn't have the balls for that. And also his Peter Thiel and his handler never let him do it. But I would support it right now. Yeah, you put JD Vance in there. I actually think JD Vance over the next 2 years would be a pretty good America First president. And the reason I believe that is because he would try to do it so that he could actually get elected for a full term and then would probably usher in all the Palantir bullshit after that. So, yeah, I think it would be better no matter what, just to get rid of the insanity. But, you know, I mean, Vance isn't much better, but he definitely is better. At least he's not an absolute verbal psychopath. Okay, I'll look at the poll here in a minute. If I had to guess, it's probably something like, I don't know, close to 90-10 would be my guess. But we'll see. My best friend is a gunner in the 82nd. I was going to try to make it to Bragg to see him before he deploys. Think I have time or I'm too late. I don't know. Ask him. He'll let you know. He's going to know when he's going to deploy or not. You got better insight than we do. And most people do. I mean, I know people over at the 82nd, or not at the 82nd, but at Bragg, that I'm talking to. I don't have a guaranteed yet, but there's a lot of signals being pointed to they're going to be deploying soon. 2 meteor strike, a oil refinery blowing up in Texas, an airport tower on fire, a lot going. And that's just a start. It's a start. Keith Nolan says the powers that be had no interest in Bernie being in office. We saw that in 2016. Yeah. DNC did the most to sabotage him. They don't want somebody who doesn't take corporate money anywhere near the Oval Office. Yep. Yep. Papper says, crazy me, crazy me that any decent person, especially Christians, still support our greatest ally while they openly mock and call for our deaths. That's brainwashing, buddy. Propaganda and brainwashing for the last 100 years in this country. Did Iran offer to help Greenland? No, that's not fake. That actually happened. Yes, they trolled Donald Trump. They offered to help protect Greenland if NATO needs them to. Against, I forget what they called Donald Trump. But yes, that actually did happen. That's 2026 in a nutshell, where we have Iran offering to protect our allies against the United States. So we're in upside down world. Sure. Can we laugh at a Democrat woman winning Trump's district in Florida, please? Oh, somebody mentioned this earlier. I'm not a conservative, but I think liberals just divide us more. Yeah, so somebody mentioned that earlier. That's bad news for the T-man. If a Democrat woman is winning in Trump's district in Florida, that's not good for the midterms. Leave the world behind. Obama directed it. The feisty Fupa. Okay. I bet Shmuley has L grams. Okay. I'm not even going to read this one. I could already tell by that. Love you, brother, but I'm not reading that out loud. Trump couldn't even be a Walmart greeter. That's about the only thing he could probably do. So maybe the one job. Hardway says once then bottle us up and they come for our guns. Yeah, and they'll give them. Here's the thing. If Donald Trump came out and said that the Second Amendment is abolished, you would see all of the Officer Tatum, Ben Shapiro, Benny Johnson, all of the same crew would come out and tell you why it's a good thing that the Second Amendment is being abolished. And they would do it overnight. That fast. Bow! They would support it. That fast. They would. Of course they would. They do whatever he says. That's not a hard one to figure out. Jank Diggins says the great noticing will continue. Thank you for the big donation, brother. Appreciate you. Yeah, the great noticing is 1,000% happening. And it's not going as fast as we would like, but it is definitely it's increasing. Austerity is hip and cool now. It's called Maoism. When neocons preach this from Fox News, it's communism propaganda tactic from the 60s and 70s. Yeah, they did that. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I call them center left neocons. But again, it's there is a lot sort of authoritarian wise that you're seeing, but it's done in a different way, right? Because obviously with Maoism, you're trying to convince the people that the billionaires are bad guys. Trump's not trying to convince you that at all, because he is one. ISIS said they're coming to Israel's aid. Did they? Well, they probably, that makes sense because that's who they're funded by and always has been who they're funded by. If you didn't know, look at a map of where all the terrorist attacks in the Middle East have happened under ISIS, and you're going to see there's one specific country that's never had one. Wonder why? Whoa, crazy. Only attacks the Gulf allies and the United States. Whoa, crazy. Crazy. Wonder why. Old news. Not saying that to you, but yeah, we know. Dancing says voting in democracy is fake and gay. The fact that you even have to pull that up points you as a controlled opposition. Oh, he got me. Oh, Nate's controlled opposition. Ooh, to who? To who? To be controlled opposition, you have to be useful against the other side. Nate is an independent who talks shit about how bad MAGA and the Democrats are. Who am I controlled opposition for? I dunk both sides and say they're both worthless. I know you're retarded, right? You didn't think your comment through, but you probably should have. The independent guy who shits on both sides, not really great for controlled opposition. Again, you're dumb as fuck, so you didn't even think about it, but yeah. All right. My algorithm brought me to you as an independent who leans left. I love your content. You give it straight and feel regardless of party. Huh. See? Comment right before that. Derp. Where's the 82nd out of? North Carolina. Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Quantum says Epstein justice needs our help. Vets should unite for the cause. Waiting to hear back from Nick Bryant on my possible new position with him. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. 82nd was my former unit. Soldiers I trained are still there. Bothers me to think that I'm out now and these soldiers may be sent to war. Yeah, there's a lot. There's always that guilt too of guys who got out recently and another war kicks off and then their buddies get killed and they're not downrange fighting next to them. But I mean, you don't owe the country anything more, man. You served. You don't need to go fight and die in fucking Iran. Nobody does. So. J-Max, hey Nate, cool chat. Do you believe that the Iran situation will end within a year or longer? Hope it doesn't go like Ukraine, Russia. J-Max, let me be honest with you. This thing could end by Friday, and it could also go 15 years, 20 years. It could literally end within the next 3 days, and it could also go 20 years. I have no idea, brother. Your guess is as good as mine. I don't anybody telling you they know what's going to happen. Nah, dude. It's all conjecture at this point. No way for me to know. We'll find out. Hopefully it's done in a week. That's my hopes. No. We'll find out. Peter, big $50 donation. Very cool picture back here, by the way. An army of deer led by a lion will always be an army of lions led by a deer. Yes, this is a good quote, actually. And it's very, very, very true. Very true in combat and war. Yeah. Iran strategy, I don't care if I win, so as long as you use. Yeah, and it's gonna and that's working, right? Like I said before, Iran's not winning, but they're also not losing. The longer the Strait of Hormuz stays closed, well, everybody loses. That's their strategy, to your point. Everyone loses. And it's a good strategy. It's the only strategy they have. They're not going to beat the United States in a one-on-one conflict where they only attack America. So, yeah. Damon didn't catch the joke. Ephraim Diveroli from the War Dogs movie. Oh, Ephraim. Okay, yeah. I love that movie, by the way. From the War Dogs movie, who's selling arms to America is Shmuley's cousin. Can't make that up. What, really? Like, actually is? No, Ephraim is no. Ephraim is played by what's his name? Super bad actor. Jonah Hill. Hill and Shmuley can't be related, can they? What? No. Although, yeah, maybe that's true. I don't know. Somebody confirm or deny that. Is Jonah Hill cousins with Shmuley? Somebody fact check that. I haven't been drinking tonight, so I'm not even gonna do it to you, dude. I'm not even gonna do it to you. This is too easy. It's too easy on this one. Well, yes, it's on Wikipedia. Holy shit. I did not know that. That's crazy. Jonah Hill and Shmuley are cousins. What? Oh, wow. Okay. Small world. You should bring Nick Bryant on as a guest. Maybe sometime. Do you regret joining the military and going to Afghanistan? No, I don't. Do regret any of my life decisions. They've all led me to where I am now. And becoming a Green Beret and the skill set it has given me, that's non-replaceable at all. Fuck. No, best decision I ever made in my life. Don't regret it at all. Do I regret some of the things that I did at war? Sure. I think a lot of veterans do. But no, I don't regret any of my decisions. That's just life. No time regretting shit like that. You got to keep moving forward. Ryan Nasser says, as long as the PDFs are in control, nothing's going to happen. True. Wiles, Letnick, Bondi, Piss Patel, all traitors and scum. True. Have you all seen the similarities between Trump and King Ping from Daredevil season 2? I haven't watched the show. Oh, no. Maybe some people have. When did the New World Order conspiracy start? The conspiracy? Wait, you think the New World Order is a conspiracy? I'm confused. It's not a conspiracy, but it goes back to about 1913. That's like when everything really got kicked off. If you want to go learn about the Rothschilds and the Federal Reserve and the Titanic, there's 1,000 different things you could learn about if you wanted to understand the New World Order. Yeah, so it's not a conspiracy, but it's 100% a real thing, obviously. We can see it today. But yeah, probably around that's the real big signs we saw of it started around 1913. And that's a 3-hour episode for me to walk you through, so I'm not going to get in. Please bring Nick Bryan on. Epstein Justice is leading the way. Truth. I know you keep saying this, right? But that doesn't mean I can just immediately bring somebody on my show. Got to get a hold of people. I mean, I'll look out for them for sure. But I don't know them personally, and that always makes it hard in the social media world to get in contact with people. Is not as easy as you think a lot of the times. But thank you very much. I'll be on the lookout for them. Complex reported Army raised age to 42. Yep, we've had that comment about 3 times tonight. Had Kamal won, would anything be different? I'm not a Kamal supporter. Before anyone assumes anything, I call myself an independent. We talked about this earlier. I don't think so, no. But my metrics for Donald Trump were higher than just as bad as Kamala Harris. And in fact, I don't see how she could have been worse. Right? Donald Trump can't be any worse. So it doesn't get any worse than what Donald Trump is. So if we're going on like scraping the bottom of the barrel, yeah, they've probably been both equally as bad. Like I said, you would have had rainbow flags on the bombs instead of Israel flags on the bombs. That would have been your biggest difference probably in what we saw. You know? HT Me says, to address term limits, it's because the founding fathers were aristocrats. It was generally assumed, especially based on voting rights at the time, that one would already be financially stable. Stock market didn't exist. That's a great point. Yeah. Pretty much everybody in Congress was well, right? Or a landowner or something like that. So that actually does make sense. They didn't need to be in Congress to enrich themselves like our congressional shitheads are doing. I've been watching the channel for a while. Appreciate what you do. Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, Omar. How would I work with them? They never fought the global war on terror. They never shed a fucking single drop of blood. When would I have worked with them? Fuck no, of course not. No, they didn't support us. They didn't fight the war. You didn't know that? Yeah, that shocks people when they find that out. Yeah, so no, obviously not. I know. It's just, you think back on that and it blows your mind when you actually realize that. Please convert brother Jesse Chuff from the onion side. Onion side? What's the onion side? Bert says, along with the oil economic impact is it lost on our military industrial complex that using multi-billion-dollar weapon systems, the enemy has been planning on this fact with low-cost, mass-produced weapons. Well, that too, yeah. Economically, it's just not a even match, right? It costs millions of dollars to shoot down a $20,000 drone, so that's not great. Damn man, I signed up as airborne infantry. Saying something I wanted to do, just don't want to die for Israel. What should you do? Well, you already signed up, so you're going now, brother. But yeah, I don't know, man. That's just the risk you take when you join the military. But best thing you can do is be as combat ready as possible, and pray to God that the president of the United States gets impeached before you are at your unit. I wish I had better advice for you, brother, on that one. But if you're signed up, you're going now. Mac says, given that war is bipartisan, there is an even split between Democrats and Republicans on regional military wars and interventions actions since 1945. How can we end the war machine? I don't know if we can. Right? It's a multi-trillion-dollar enterprise. How do you just shut that off? What happens to Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and Boeing? Well, Boeing at least could sell regular planes, I guess. Who do they sell the stuff to? So, and they're massive lobbyists. So I don't think we do. I don't think we can get out of it, unfortunately. The death of the empire is all the way burned in. But we're not getting out of it for now. That's for sure. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. Chris says, if you like those leftist channels, check out Midwestern Marks, Jackson Hinkle, and I do see Jackson stuff every once in a while. They're better than Kyle and you Young Turks by a long shot. Look, I'm not out looking for leftist channels, man. It's just I see videos. If somebody's got a video I thought was interesting or I like, I'll subscribe and keep watching their stuff. And if they ever have something that actually is a good video that comes across my desk, then I'll watch it. I don't really care. I watch, and the other thing, guys, is I watch a wide range of everything from far leftist to, I watch Nick Fuentes' show. I watch Kyle Kalinski's show. I watch Tucker. I watch pretty much the entire gambit of the political spectrum because I like to know what all sides think on a specific issue and things that are happening. So that way I can make the best, most well-informed decision for myself. And I can't do that if I only am ingesting media from Fox News. I will never be able to make a good, well-informed decision if I'm only getting told things from one specific, political demographic or bias. So that's why I watch everybody. The echo chambers, right? I don't live in the echo chamber. I watch everybody. Or not everybody, but I watch people from every different political side. Best thing you can do is gather info from all sides and make the most well-informed decision for yourself. That's why I don't tell you guys what to think or what to believe. I try to give you my perspective, my opinion, and let you do whatever you want with that. Add it to the other 10 people that you're watching, and come to whatever conclusion you want on whatever we're talking about. You know what I mean? Best thing you can do. No money can prove our purpose. Only a Marine knows who we are. I doubt any politician or Army dog will understand. Marines know, and even a recruiter knows. Oorah! Thought I'd tell him. Well, I mean, if you don't think Army infantrymen don't know what you know as a Marine, unlikely. I get it though. I like Marines regardless. You guys know I love Marines, even if you guys are all psychopaths. But you know, it is what it is. All right. 1st Airborne jumped into Arnhem in 1944, 70% casualties, poor planning, crap intelligence, some things. Yeah. Jeffrey says this war was decided in Mar-a-Lago before the election. Funny rename Department of War. The wealthy create these wars to divide the poor. Well, I don't know about dividing the poor. I think they create the wars to enrich themselves. They do a lot of things to divide the poor, right? Keep us stoking anger and resentment at us over cultural stuff. Black versus white, Christian versus Muslim, Democrat versus Republican. That's how they keep us divided up for the most part. And then they use war to massively enrich themselves. Blue Eyed says, I'm behind. I'm a Gen Xer, a veteran. I voted for Orange Man. I absolutely hate this conflict and regret voting for this man. Make America great. See, this is the type of person that, I don't know your actual name here, that you should support because she's used to be a supporter. She's watching what's going on. She's critically thinking. And now she is to a different conclusion. That's what we like to see. HTME says, thank you for the big donation, brother. I think Congress, which has the power to declare war, should be required to fight in the war. Some as the president as well. Not only we have young leaders, we'd have leaders that can put their money where their mouth is. So we talked about this too. I don't necessarily agree with that politicians should be required to fight the war. We don't need a bunch of 25-year-old politicians in Congress. We don't. Life experience and worldly experience are important. However, we did talk about earlier, the way you get around that is you've got to send one of your sons or daughters, or a direct, a brother, a sister, a son or a daughter, ideally a son or a daughter. If you vote to go to war, then you got to send her a son or a daughter. But as for politicians, I mean, like, we can't have, I don't want the country being run by clavicular, to be honest. Sorry, Gen Z. I do love you, but no, we don't need clavicular in charge of out there rocket mogging Iran and spiking the Ayatollah's cortisol levels. Yeah, I'm not sure that's what we need, boys. I'm not sure that's what we need. But I do agree with your sentiment overall. As a lifelong Republican, you are actually legally slow in the head if you think Trump's better than Obama and I'm a Republican. Yeah, that's where we're all at right now, bro. What the poll? I didn't even look at the poll. What did the poll say? What was our poll? Guess why is it not showing me? Chat. What's the poll say? It's not showing me the results right now. What's the Obama Trump poll sitting at? Let's see where we're at. 81%. I'm assuming that's Obama, right? There's 0% chance Trump is leading that 80-20. Yeah, 82% Obama. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's a little bit lower than I thought, but pretty close. And yeah, of course, that makes sense. And that's a conservative audience for the most part that's voting that way. So not good. If you were to ask that, think about if you were to ask that question on like Hassan's stream, it would be like 99-1 most likely. So we got a little bit of conservative leeway in there, but still pretty big blowout. How did Dan ride bulls at his size? Well, as big as me and Dan are, we're tiny compared to the bulls that they ride. They're usually Ben Shapiro size. That's true. I mean, they usually are a little bit smaller, I think, because it's easier for them, lower center of gravity. I met as many as a teen because my papa was involved with the Lufkin rodeo small dudes. I don't know. I can ask him because, yeah, he's Dan's the same size as me. He's fucking huge. So I don't know. He's strong as shit, though, I'm assuming. So you have that. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know enough about bull riding. I think he was like one of the rodeo clowns, right? I think he wrestled the bulls and shit. I'm not sure he was a bull rider. I don't know. I'd have to ask Dan. I thought he was a rodeo cowboy, not a bull rider. But I don't know. I'd have to ask. outside my my lane of expertise. Are there enough Americans willing to take up arms against a tyrannical government? No, there's not. Tree of Liberty must be refreshed from time to time. Blood, patron, sirens. It's a national move. No, there's not. No. Times have changed. The United States military is too strong, and people are too comfortable with their iPhones and their Netflix. So no, things have to get so much worse before you saw something like that. I mean, way worse. You'd have to see a society that you guys don't even understand or recognize for us to get to that point. And we are nowhere near that yet. Could we get there with the Strait of Hormuz and like global oil supply going to $200-300 a barrel for years on end? Oh yeah, we could get there. America can get there, but we're not there yet. We're nowhere near that. The average person is too comfortable. Too comfortable. Comfortability is the killer of uprisings. And that's why they keep us comfortable. And that's why they keep the poor just happy enough in America to stop that, right? So poor people have iPhones and apartments and the internet, and food and water, right? You got to really affect those things on massive scale, right? For that to happen. So we're not there yet. But that doesn't mean we couldn't be there in 20 years. You never know. Obama after beating Trump. Yeah, I'm not sure he actually wants to run the country. But I do think he would do it out of spite. Spoke wrong. I'm pissed off. I love our army dogs. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I didn't think you were trying to be disrespectful. Do you watch Predictive History? It sounds familiar. Did Graham Plattner? Oh, did I see Graham's response on CNN? Yeah, he cooked. He fucking cooked. If you guys haven't seen Graham, he was at a Senate hearing, I believe, and definitely cooked. Should have had that clip. I forgot to. I saw it. I forgot to put it down for the show tonight. My Peter Pickle is controlled opposition to my left and right hands. All right, good crank and hog joke. We love a good hog cranker joke in here. An army of lions led by a deer still stronger. No, it's not. That's not true. No. You know why? Because a deer will lead those lions into a giant crevasse or something and get them all killed. Right? No, leadership is leadership. If you have a terrible leader at the top, he's going to get everybody killed every single time, 100% of the time. Anybody who's been to combat with a shitty leader, you'll learn that pretty quick. Did you see Mark Mullen get grilled about his military service history, and HR tried to dodge it, saying it was classified? It wasn't. He got confirmed. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. He's a dork. Theater kid dork, man. Deer, lion lead, strong lion, deer lead. Beat deer, lion strong. Just take my money. Godspeed. Quite professional. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Did you see Newsom flip on his apartheid statement? What's he saying now? I mean, he was saying they're apartheid state, and now I'm assuming he's flipping and he's going pro-Israel would be my guess. So he doesn't want to win the election. He just said, fuck it. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, he went on Ben Shapiro's channel and agreed with him on pretty much everything. So you're not getting anything better out of that guy. Thank you. Have you talked to Combat Veteran News? Could be a good person to have on. He's got some good coverage analysis on Operation Epstein Fury and visited Ukraine front lines recently. I don't know him, but I do know his channel, and I see his stuff here and there. Seems like a nice guy, but I don't know him personally. So, I mean, if he ever reached out, then I'd probably do some content with him. But I don't know him personally. Yes, look at the strategy. Would you say it's lining up? Is this generational trinity? I don't know. Our greatest ally is honestly insulting to the great British, Australian, Canadian, French, German, and other men that died for us. Great men laid down their lives on principle, trusting our own leadership. And for what? This is why I obviously say our greatest ally massively satirically and sarcastically. But it is a huge, when Lindsey Graham comes out and say it and Ted Cruz says it, it's a massive slight to especially Australia. Australia has fought with us on every goddamn conflict since World War I and did not leave any of them. A lot of those other countries, Canada, France, even Britain, they left the global war on terror early. Australia has stuck with us the entire way through every conflict, every war, Vietnam, global war on terror to the very fucking end. I love the Aussies. It's who I worked with myself with the Aussie 2CDO and their SAS guys. Some of my favorite times in the military was working with the Australians and being deployed to Australia. So yeah, I've always said Australia is the United States' greatest ally. It's not even fucking close. It's also they're strategically in the Pacific such a great ally because they're also helping counter China. So I mean, just 1,000 different reasons why Australia is our greatest ally. Canada, as well because they're a neighbor. Britain used to be, but Europe's got some issues too. France, you can't really trust France as far as you're going to throw them. But Australia is legitimately is our greatest ally. It's not even close. There's not even a discussion beyond that, in my opinion. But that's because I was also in First Special Forces Group and I worked in Asia a lot too. So I worked with them directly. So I probably have a big bias, but that's the way it goes. I don't know, dude. They put out 87 AI images and clips of him. I've said from the very beginning, I think he was alive. I think he probably got wounded in an airstrike and they were letting him recover somewhere because they didn't want anybody to know they got wounded. That would be my guess, but I don't know, dude. I have no idea. All I've seen is AI from him in the last 3 weeks. AJ said, listen to this while clearing vegetation from an area. I excavated next step, formwork to place concrete. Thanks, Nate. Hell yeah, dude. Need you to come to my place and help me excavate my gun range out. All right. The problem with the Dems is they will only bring us to the exact conditions that brought us Trump. This is a really good comment. For those of you who don't understand what he's saying is we can give Democrats power, and unfortunately, they never seem to want to just do the moderate America first thing. For example, the crazy drag queen shit, right? Transing the kids, all of that shit that people like me immediately go, nope, we're fucking done. Nope. Completely open border. Nope. And so what that does is you give Dems the power. They do all that crazy shit. The average American goes, nope, no thanks. Now I'm going to vote for Republicans again. What happens? Republicans come in. They don't do fucking anything. And they're just as bad. All they do is cut taxes for the rich and get us in another Middle Eastern war. And America goes, nope, fuck that. We're going with Democrats again. And the cycle repeats itself over and over and over. Because it's just like we can't get the populists. We can't get the populists in charge of either side, Republican or Democrat. It's always the psychopaths. It's always the psychopaths on both sides that actually get the power and then don't do anything that they campaigned on. Right? It's both sides that way. But that is the cyclical pendulum swing that is American politics and the two-party system. But it's also the point of the two-party system is to keep you voting back and forth and not paying attention to the uniparty at the top that is raping all of us. The way it goes. That's the way it goes. All right, let me get back to where it was. Quantum says, thank you for all thanks for all your work. Do you think if it got bad enough, Joe Kent would run for president in 2028 or later? I don't think Joe Kent could win a presidential run. And I'm not saying that like to talk down to him. Obviously, I'm a big supporter of Joe. I just don't think he's got the I don't think he has the political charisma for it. And I mean, he lost 2 congressional elections already, right? He's very well spoken. He's very soft spoken. But I just don't think he is. Where was I? I don't think he's somebody that can win in a general election. Unfortunately, personally, I think he's much better in a position like a vice president position. I think, or a Secretary of Defense. I think Secretary of Defense is like the perfect position for Joe Kent. Perfect fucking position for Joe Kent. That's where I would want to see Joe Kent, is in the Secretary of Defense. If you had like, I don't know, Thomas Massey and Tucker Carlson ran together, and then Joe Kent was their Secretary of Defense, that would be a pretty savage, solid ticket. for sure, something like that. But that's where I would prefer to see him in a spot like that. Just saying. Now, would I vote for Joe Kent against the current field that we have, as in Marco Rubio, JD Vance, like all of these guys? 1,000%. I would support him and use my channel to push and help him the best I could. Okay. But do I think that he could win a general election at the moment? No, probably not. Probably not. All right. Here. Oh, here we go. People believe any lie because they either want it to be true or they fear it to be true. Terry Goodkind. True. Hello, I'm Iranian with family close to Karg Island. I really appreciate your coverage and want to thank you for helping me cope in this situation. You guys have the internet? I feel like I thought you guys weren't, the Fox News tells us you guys aren't allowed to have the internet. If this is true, then this is scary times for everyone involved in that area for sure. Again, we just want to see it all end. At least I do. If he would run Adam Kinzinger for president, I don't know, maybe. I'll give Obama this. He was the most ruthless, bloodthirsty POTUS. Saw him end bloodlines just because. What? What bloodlines did he end? I mean, he continued the wars for sure. I don't know about what bloodlines he was in. Predict for History is the professor who was on Tucker's podcast the other night, predicted this war 2 years ago. Oh, are you talking about Professor Jang? Professor Jang? Yeah. I've been seeing his stuff everywhere. I'm trying to get a hold of him, actually, because I want to have him on the show. I haven't been able to get a hold of him yet. So, hey, Professor Jang, you see this, or everybody in the audience, comment and tell him I'm trying to get a hold of him. But I haven't been able to get a hold of him yet. He seems like a very interesting person to talk to. Totally off topic, but what are your thoughts on the moon landing? I hear more and more people think it's fake. Yeah, I don't believe we went to the moon. Oh, well, here's the thing. I don't believe the footage from the moon landing is real, right? President Nixon calling the astronauts from a landline phone in the 1950s, 1960s, 1960s, right? Yeah, that's not a thing. Yeah. Obviously, we don't have the ability to do it today with our technology. Live streaming, think about this. They live streamed from the moon in the 60s? Are we sure about that? No. I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that footage was real. Now, did we potentially actually go to the moon? I think that's possible. But no, we didn't live stream. The footage is all fake, obviously. 0% chance that footage is from the moon, because nobody was live streaming from the moon. We couldn't live stream from the moon today, so nope. You see election results in Florida. A Dem won Trump's district. I did not see them, but we've had about 5 comments telling us that, so we're aware of it. I'm about to start not watching you if I don't start seeing a show with you and Fat Electrician. Okay, well, guess what? I was just hanging out with him in Vegas at SHOT Show, and we literally talked about doing a show together. So I was gonna do the Unsub podcast with the guys out in Vegas, or they had talked about having me on when we were out there, but I left on Tuesday. I got there on Sunday, left on Tuesday, and everybody had just started getting there, so it didn't work out. But no, me, Fat Electrician, and JD Gillet are all planning on doing a 3-way live stream eventually someday, and we're all going to wear the same hat and the same tank top, and then that way it's like the Spider-Man meme. Just the three guys that you guys all get confused by in your thumbnails. So we're going to do it eventually. It should be pretty funny. Yeah, the 3 triplets, the 3 YouTube triplets. We're going to do it. We're going to do it the right way eventually. What if an army of lions were led by Dr. Wang? Well, then that probably would take over the entire globe if Dr. Wang was at the helm of a bunch of lions, for sure. Hit me says, Thanks for all the donations tonight, man. Been super generous tonight. To the point of congressmen should fight. When I say young, I mean 30s to 50s. Okay, I see what you're saying. Not difficult to pull security once or twice just to show commitment. It's a principle. It's about risk. Also, Aussies are just British Texans. Yes, they are. They fucking are. Oh my God. That's why I love them. If you haven't hung out with Australian military, first of all, let me finish your comment, and then I'll talk about the story. I'll tell you guys. You want me to tell you the first? I think this was the first night we were hanging out with the Australian 2 commando guys. I'll tell you guys their story here in a sec. But I see what you're saying, right? Like 30s to 50s, the guys who could potentially actually go and like maybe do a couple operations, maybe a deployment or something like that. Yeah, okay, I can see what you're saying with that. That's fair. That's fair. Also, okay. Australians, holy shit. Especially Australian special operators, right? Like he said, Texas, they're like British Texans. Yes, they are some of the craziest fuckers I've ever worked with in my life. The very first night no, it wasn't the first. I don't think it was the first night we started working with the 2 commando guys. But it was the first night we went out with him, or like there was a local bar on base, at the base we were staying at in Catherine, Australia, I think. And we go out, we drive from like the, not dorms, but wherever we were staying on base, right? Where our guys were. They all come over and we drive in white Sprinter vans, the big like 15 packs vans. And we take like 3 Sprinter vans, and we got my team of Green Berets, and then all the Australian 2 commando, which is kind of like their Rangers, and a couple SAS guys, which are like Green Berets. And they're already out of control, like couple beers, and they're out of control to where like and American Green Berets are pretty out of fucking control, like pretty out of control. And we're like, these guys are just like fucking loud, obnoxious, laughing, yelling, screaming. We're like, all right, this is going to be fun. We get to the bar, which again is just on post, a little kind of like dive bar. Get to the bar. Everybody starts jumping out of the white Sprinter vans. Okay. This is like 20 seconds into us being at this bar. We jump out. Everybody's like out of the bar, walking up to the bar where it's outside. We're in the grass. One of the Australian guys pulls his pants down, pulls his dick out of his pants, and starts, I've never seen this before in my life. He goes, "Hey, watch this." And everybody looks over, and he's got his dick in his hand, and he's pointing it at himself, and he starts pissing into his own mouth while he's standing up and laughing. I've never seen anything like it in my life. And then and everybody was like, "Oh, hey, shit, cool." And like just walked right by him like nothing happened, and then went into the bar, and it spiraled out of control like 5 times that for the rest of the night. That's it. That was like my first 3 minutes or first 30 seconds hanging out with Australian military dudes like outside of work. I was just like, okay, these guys are, that's, somebody said that's called a bub. See, there you go. It's a thing, I guess. That was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. But anyway, working with them was unhinged, as you can see. But just a little aside story about my time in Australia with the Aussies. The bubbler, I guess. Yeah, okay, there you go. Now I know what it's called. I've never seen anything like that before in my life. Shocking. Oh, you're in the Northern Territories? No, it was like at Catherine, one of the military bases in Catherine. It was like the bar on base. It wasn't an actual like club or anything like that. It's just the dive bar on base. Crazy. Anyway, forgot about that story until you guys reminded me of that story. I'd completely forgotten about it for years and years and years until we started talking. How will the Greater Israel meat grinder end? I don't know. We talked about that earlier. Could end in 2 days, could end in 20 years. Biden AOC 2028. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'll pass on that one. Trust France as much as Brigitte being a woman. Ooh, yeah, I forgot about that. Their president's got some problems too. I believe if Bernie won against Clinton, either the Dems or rep would join to destroy his presidency, and Dems reps would never be elected again. Yeah, probably true. There's a number to call for conscious. Excuse me. There's a number to call for conscientious, God, I can't say it, conscientious objectors who signed up. I'm dropping it in the chat. It's not spam. Okay, there you go. Do what you got to do. I'm not going to tell any service member what to or not to do when it comes to war. You got to make those decisions for yourself. Joe Kennedy, a politician, he can't win over ignorant people. This is what I was trying to explain to you guys, right? He's an honest, soft-spoken, like articulate man, which makes him not good for politics. This is what I was trying to convey. So thank you for that. You helped me convey my point very well here. He can't win over ignorant people. His best in a place an appointee by someone who recognizes his skill. Unfortunately, competence is not popular. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. He wouldn't be I don't think he's a very good politician because he's not just willing to fucking lie and be a huge grifter, like they kind of have to, I guess. Dr. Wang. Yeah, that's a long, I don't know. How long ago was that? That was in football season. So that was in August when Dr. Wang showed up to the channel. That was a long time ago, ladies and gentlemen. Inside joke. Sorry, I wish I could explain it to you, but you had to be there to understand the Wang gang here. You think the 82nd is actually going and this will be kinetic? I just got out and have massive FOMO. Well, they are going for as far as we know. Will it turn kinetic? I don't know. Probably not for a while. Even a ground invasion, I don't think there's going to be anybody on Karg Island. I think they're just going to drone strike it and ballistic missile strike it. They probably already abandoned it, would be my guess. But I don't know. God, your description of the Aussies makes me wish I went soft. Mad lads. Yeah. Yes. Also amazing at their actual work, too. They're super good at fast roping. Love your channel, brother. Keep speaking the truth in the empire of lies. Would love to bring you on for a solid military analysis of the war sometime. Yeah, message me on Instagram, and we can see if we can coordinate something. I don't do a whole lot of interviews or other people's podcasts. It's nothing personal, just letting you know. But, hit me up on Instagram. We'll see. The thing that convinced me Bibi died was that his son Yair, who he was silent on he was dozens of times. Yeah, he tweets like 30 times a day. He went silent for 7 days straight, starting on the day of the rumor. Yeah, which I believe is their 7-day mourning period that they have. Kind of sketchy. Grandpa was an army medic. One of his roles was to take pictures of dead bodies in the war. Politicians make more money than we will ever make. However, we are stronger than any brother we have lost. Oh, however, we are stronger than any brother we have lost. Be strong, brother and sister. All right, thank you very much. Okay, we made it to the end of the show. 4.5 hours. God, it doesn't matter if I drink, I don't drink. It's all the same. We're grinding out here. All right, we did it. We made it to the end. Oh, we might have had some. We might have had some on Rumble. Hold on, I don't want to miss any. We did have one over on Rumble, so we'll do one last one here. And then Not the Menu says CBDC or BRICS. Oh, I don't know. Like, what's your question? Like, which is going to be successful? Which is going to be the new world currency? I don't know. Who knows? Not looking good for us with the way the Strait of Hormuz is going. But we'll see. Oh yeah, no, you don't need to worry about bone spurs. Just say that you're trans, right? We don't let trans people in the military. So I've been telling everybody that if the draft comes, I would highly suggest you go down to the DMV, change your gender. There you go. You're good to go. I know people laugh at that, but that's the actual policy right now. So if you want to use the military's actual policy against itself, there it is. Okay, we did it. We made it to the end. Yes. Crushed. All right, this was a really big show tonight. Thank you all so much for sticking with me till the end. Everybody that stayed for the 2 hours of super chats, thank you so much. Thank you to the moderators, everybody here. And again, not sure. I should be live streaming Friday with the regular show. Depends if moving gets crazy or anything like that. But this next week is going to be a little shifty as I get the new studio and everything set up. So that's going to do it for this one. Again, thank you all so much. I'm sure I'll have a couple different videos out through the next couple days as well. And that's going to do it. I'm going to go get some dinner. Almost 10 o'clock here. Woo! And yeah, I'll catch y'all most likely. Be on the lookout for it on Friday. All right, everybody. Catch y'all in the next video.